It's 5 o'clock. Call to order the meeting of Community Development for March 19th. We'll start out with the roll call.
Supervisor Rice,
Present.
Supervisor Shirley,
Present.
Supervisor Van Someren,
Present.
Supervisor Counter.
Present. Oh, we do have a quorum here for this evening's meeting. Do we have any objections to the minutes or any changes to the minutes from the last meeting? So we'll post them as approved. So for public comment tonight, we're going to take this, anyone that has any public comments dealing with item 7 of our business, we will take those public comments prior to that. All other public comments will open up for this evening at this time. With the public comments, as you come up to speak, please state your name and where you live. And then we want to try to keep it short. I'm not going to time you. But if we get too, be cognizant, there's a lot of people here that want to speak tonight. And we want to ensure we give everyone an opportunity, but yet keep your points as concise as you can so we can move through the agenda. We've got a pretty full agenda for this evening, so I appreciate that. But as of now, I just had the one card that'll be for later, but is there anyone that wishes to speak during public comments?
And that's separate from the public hearings.
Correct. Yep, if it's on the public hearings, those will come up in a little while. Thank you. Anyone for public comments? Okay. One last call. Anyone for public comments on anything other than the public hearings and item 7? So hearing none, we will then move on to public hearing. For the first public hearing, we'll have on the conditional use permit request for Solwold in section 4, the town of Somerset for self-storage facility. And Jason, give a presentation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Our first hearing tonight is from Randy Solwold, and he is requesting a conditional use permit to operate a self-storage facility pursuant to St. Croix County Ordinance Section 15.285. The property is 20.52 acres in size and is located in the south half of the southeast quarter, Section 4, Town 30 North, Range 19 West. The parcel number is 032-2016-50300. And that property is within the town of Somerset. Staff have provided proper Class 2 notice in that for this hearing prior to the meeting, which involved 2 postings in the Star Observer and also notifying all of the adjoining property owners within 300 feet of the property. Okay, so here is a map that shows that the property is currently zoned R2. To the north is the 4-lane part of Highway 64. A little bit farther north than that is the village of Somerset. Over here, there's an overpass over Highway 64. This is County Road I that goes in. So to Somerset, the schools are right here. So this is the parcel in question. You can see pretty much everything around the village boundaries is all zoned the same R2 zoning. So there is multiple 3-acre parcels to the south down here, kind of in this housing development. There's a 6-acre lot to the east right here. And then there's several other 3-acre lots that front up against Highway 64 going to the west of the property in question. The application was for up to 25 buildings for self-storage. And those buildings would be constructed in approximately 6 phases if this application is approved. The applicant is going to provide an office near the entrance of the facility if approved. The office will have up to 2 full-time employees on site during normal hours. The renters of the facility will have a key fob for the access to the gate, and the access between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. will be limited. Usually at the application point, we don't have final plans as far as lighting and stuff, but our ordinance would require that any outdoor lighting will be facing down so that it'll have as much dark sky as possible. For safety purposes of the facility and to keep trouble out and that, there would be a chain link fence that would go around the whole property. And the applicant is also proposing a screening buffer of trees along 170th Avenue and Highway 64. There is pretty good tree cover or woodland on each the east and the west side of the site already. Part of this project does include stormwater management due to the impervious surface of the buildings and the paved area on site. So there's 3 ponds that are proposed, and that would be underneath the DNR standards for a 2-year storm event. The applicant and that talked about this proposal with the town of Somerset, and there was talk about increasing that to a 25-year storm event, which for our county here would be 4.7 inches, according to the NOAA 24-hour, 25-year storm event map. Wetland delineation was prepared by Star Environmental in December of 2025. There was 6 wetland areas identified on the property. 3 of the wetland areas are what they call undelineated wetlands. And so the applicant approached the DNR about filling in those undelineated wetlands, and that was approved. I'll go to that next. There is another wetland that is showing as navigable water. It's in the southeast corner of the property. It's actually not on the property, but it's right next to the southeast corner. And so being that that is considered navigable by the DNR, it does have special shoreline rules that apply within 300 feet of the ordinary high water mark. That navigable pond is right down here in this southeast corner. This existing wetland is the wetland that is considered a delineated wetland, and then there's 3 other wetlands that are undelineated, which I'll show you in the wetland delineation. Here's the proposed building layout. You can see the access drive going to the west side of this wetland, kind of hugs that north side. If we look at the aerial image real close, the existing farm field does extend into the highway area here. I believe there's about 100 feet of right-of-way. And so there is an encroachment, but everything being proposed, and that is within the property boundaries. This map here shows the development phase. So the light pink area here, that would be near the access to the facility, would be right here. This map is a little bit dated. We'll show you an updated one because this map has 2 accesses on it, and the town wanted to cut it down to only 1 access if it was to be approved. This is the wetland delineation map. So it's a little hard to see here, but where the mouse is, that's boring 3. And at boring 3, there was wetland plants present, and there was also hydric soils. So any wetland, in order to be a wetland, you got to have both. You got to have the plants and the soils. At B4 boring here, that red dot, there was no plants and no hydric soils. So neither one. We did receive some comments about the farm field expanding on that wetland, but B4 was still within that wetland, or within that farm field area, according to the wetland delineation report that was done. Wetland area 2, 3, and 4 here, those are those undelineated wetlands that the applicant has gotten approval from the DNR to fill in. And wetland 6 area here, and that it looks very much like a wetland, but the DNR does consider that a navigable waterway. So all the other borings did not show any wetland characteristics. So then some images. So the first one here is the view facing east towards County Road I from the property. So this wetland area here off to the left, that's that navigable area. This is facing to the west towards 50th Street. You can see a couple of them little wetlands out in the middle of the field. This is the view to the north. So this is a fairly new housing development on the north side of 64, and it would be southwest of the school district of Somerset. This is the view to the northwest. So it shows 64 there, and here's the field that would be proposed for the mini storage. Just another image showing directly to the west. The property line is over here, so you can see that there is pretty good brush and tree cover. And this is to the east. Here's one of those undelineated wetlands. To the south here, this would be towards 170th. Facing east. This is that largest wetland or wetland C in the wetland delineation. So that would be towards the west side of the property. A little bit better view of the area that was determined to be navigable by the DNR. The town of Somerset has denied or suggested denial of the plan or of the permit, both at their planning commission and their town board meeting. And so, as with any CUP, when we look at the standards that are applicable, and that it's A through J here, but it's the maintenance of safe and healthful conditions, prevention and control of water pollution, topographic and any kind of drainage features, vegetative cover on the site, any environmental corridors, any unique property features like slope, soil type, vegetative cover, where the site is and what kind of access it has, the actual need of the use in the area, and its compatibility with the adjacent land uses. Septic waste on this site, and that again would be handled by a holding tank, but there's not a lot of septic waste, and then other factors in that about domestic uses and pollution sources. So with that, I would like to, I'll just jump into this wetland delineation report. This has got the actual borings. So the surface water data viewer map here. You can see the boundary that is mapped by the DNR is this orange line for the wetland. These little wetland grass icons and that are the undelineated wetlands. And then this little blue blob here means that that is navigable water, but you can also see that it's got a wetland overlay for this orange line. And this is coming from the DNR's Surface Water Data Viewer website. This is the same map that we had before. Okay, so in regards to that larger wetland on that north end, B3, and that was the boring that I said was in the wetland area. And so kind of the summary here is that there is wetland plants and that present, there is hydric soils present. And so then that basically means that it is a wetland. Scrolling down to boring 4, which is that one that's just and a little bit north of there. It's actually in the field, and that according to the wetland determination, none of the 3 criteria were that present for that being a wetland. Any questions on the wetland delineation? I just hit the high points there. Okay, and then what we have here, it's over a year old. But from January of 2025, a non-federal wetland exemption determination for the areas determined as wetlands 2, 3, and 4, those small undelineated wetlands. And what I mean by an undelineated wetland is there's characteristics of the wetland there, but the wetland hasn't been mapped and it hasn't been determined where the boundaries are. And so a lot of times the DNR will classify those wetlands as low quality or not as valuable as the mapped wetlands. So, and just jumping down through the letter here, Mr. Nadu, which is our water management specialist for our area, says that it is an eligible product based on the documentation provided above. The project meets all the eligibility criteria pursuant to section 281.364N of the statutes, and you are able to proceed with the project. If you have any questions, you can call and schedule an appointment. But and he talks about here, that the survey demonstrates that the wetland is not a rare and high quality wetland. So that's that degraded or low quality wetland aspect. Just yesterday, we got updated plans from the applicant, and a lot of it is the same, but I'll hit the high points. So you can see the proposal now only has that one access off from 170th coming in. That first phase was going to be this area here. You can see that the plan has been modified or tweaked because of this navigable waterway here. Any hardscape has to be back 75 feet from that pond to meet the shoreline setback. Any impervious surface within 300 feet of that pond has to be calculated, and normally it's limited to 15%. Between 15% and 30%, you have to mitigate that amount of runoff. Of course, they would be over 30%. However, NR 115 of the Wisconsin Administrative Code says that any stormwater that is treated, that doesn't count. So by the impervious surface here exceeding that 30%, because it's going into stormwater facilities for treatment, that's how they're able to exceed that. This pond here just slightly encroaches within the 75-foot setback from the water, but that is allowed because it's not impervious surface, it's not a structure, it's basically a runoff captured basin. There is an existing fence here but that isn't impacted or affected by the project. The plan here shows trees scattered along the Highway 64 right away and also along the east and west sides, even though there's already pretty good cover there. And then there's a bunch of buffer area for plantings along 170th. So I think those are the changes that I'd like to highlight with the new plans that were submitted. But it does show that phase 1 here being those 3 buildings and all of the stormwater ponds with it. Here's kind of the profile views of the buildings themselves. So about 18 feet to the eave for some of them, and for the other ones, about 12 and 3 inches, so 12 feet, 3 inches. Does the committee have any questions? Supervisor Rice.
Could you pull up the graphic, a couple slides, that, the color one that has the green that shows the buffer and the storm? A little bit more. Yes. So we have landscape buffer to the north and the south, and it looks like there's no property to the east. On the west, is it just trees? No,
On the
when
west
I
over
think-
here, there is a house on this lot, yep.
Yeah. So, and buffer, would that include berms, or is it just landscaping?
Right now, it's just proposed as being vegetative screening or buffer, so
Okay.
no berms right now, how it's
Okay.
proposed.
Thank you.
Supervisor Van Summeren.
Jason, do we know anything about the use of those buildings? Some of those are large buildings. Some I recognize as, doors on both sides. Some of the bigger ones, are they going to be for motor homes, for larger boats, for things like that? Any idea how that's going to be, or is it?
I do not know the specifics of that. That'd be a good question for the applicant, so.
Right, because that road is not a super highway. And it doesn't have a lot of life left in it. I drove on it. It's pretty light. Thank you.
Okay, yep. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you for the presentation portion. We'll move then, open this up for the public hearing for public comment for or against this conditional use permit. So anybody that would wish to speak for or against the conditional use permit, please come up, state your name, where you live in proximity, and then speak on what you'd like to on behalf or against.
Hi, my name is Susan Sheridan. I'm speaking for myself and Chris Carlson. We live at 544 170th. We're directly next to the proposed facility on the west side. We would like to request that you do not allow this to happen. Our primary concern is the proposal is not compatible with the surrounding land in use and also creates unnecessary safety concerns. This area is currently agricultural and residential in nature, and a commercial self-storage facility would significantly change the character of our area. A project like this induces increased traffic, including trucks and trailers, as well as lighting and other noises that are not typical for our area. That would not only impact our safety, but the quality of life for the residents nearby. 170th Avenue is not able to handle this increase in traffic. And our road is used by the local track team for practice during the summer or springtime, and a lot of people go walking and running down it. And it's not in good condition, and it's not very wide, and we're very concerned about the added traffic there. This site would also be visible from our home. Our bedroom window would have the overnight glow of the lighting. I know they say it's gonna face down, but we would still see it. And the vegetation isn't solid between the two properties, so we would still have a complete vision of this. We understand that sometimes changes do need to happen and for the greater good of the community. However, in this instance, we do not feel that approving this permit would be for the greater good of the community. That's all I have. We respectfully ask you to decline it. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Robert Tavis. My wife and I, Margaret, own the home at 569 170th Avenue. We're directly south of the proposed site. Up until recently, one of their driveways was going to be about 60 feet from our driveway, and their lights from cars exiting, vehicles exiting, were going to shine into our house. So I'm glad I saw that change. This is a very emotional issue for everybody that's in that area. And so I apologize if I stutter a little bit. I apologize if I don't get my meaning out correctly. As an adjacent property owner, we are requesting formal opposition to the proposed conditional use permit for a self-storage facility on our street. This proposal fails to meet the necessary standards for approval based on the following three areas. One, it's already mentioned, incompatibility with land use. 170th is a low-density residential neighborhood characterized by single-family homes on 3+ acre properties. A massive commercial facility of this size and scope is fundamentally inconsistent with the existing character and density of our community. Number two, public safety. As already mentioned, traffic. Our rural road is 20.5 feet across. There are no shoulders. Based on industry standards, a study by Michael Saucer, approximately 6.82 daily trips per 100 units are anticipated. An 800-unit facility would add up to 70+ vehicles a day on that road. That is unacceptable. This will triple the current traffic volumes on an inadequate roadway. Also under safety, fire, and hazards, the lack of local fire hydrants in the area, combined with unknown nature of stored materials, poses a significant risk for fire. That risk has the potential of chemical runoff or air quality issues from a fire of that scale is unacceptable. That could greatly affect everybody around that. North side of the highway, south side. Crime. Large storage facilities often attract theft and vandalism, introducing criminal activity into a quiet residential area. Could that criminal activity spin off to all my neighbors and residents in that area? I'm very, very concerned about that happening. Also on crime, I had a St. Croix district judge recently signed our petition against this proposed site. As he was signing it, says, in my courtroom, I see what these locations can bring in. I didn't ask him specifics. I didn't ask him how many cases he saw, but it does bring in unwanted area. Also, there is no clear major road into this area. If renters rent from this facility, they have to get off of County VV, they either drive through Somerset, come past all the schools to get there, or they take the exit south to 165, take 165 to 50th, around a very sharp right-hand corner onto 170th, down a road that is not wide enough for vehicle traffic that we would anticipate. Third, environmental impact. Our neighborhood has high groundwater levels already. That necessitated mounted septic systems for a number of my neighbors and ourselves in that area because of the groundwater levels. Because my wife's and my property sits lower than the property across the street, we're deeply concerned about flooding. And furthermore, runoff of salts and petroleum from large impervious surfaces threatens the integrity of the adjacent wetlands. I heard that they want to use a 25-year storm. versus a 100-year storm. I believe that's wrong. We should look at a 100-year storm because that is what helps determine things like flooding, additional rainfall, what's going to happen if that issues occur, or those sites occur. I also want to mention something about property values. Property impact. What's the effect on property value? I have no figures for that. We won't know until somebody tries selling their property if this was built and how that's going to affect us. You look at external obsolescence. That's where factors outside of our own property diminish our property's value. Buyer pool contraction. If we put our house up for sale and this is built across the street, how many people are going to want to buy our home? They won't pay for what we want for it or what we need for it, not with a site like this, because it's in the wrong location. This should not be there. I noticed an article that Randy started looking at this in January of 2025. That was 3 months prior to the ordinance code change that happened that now allows a cup for a site like this within the residential area. Is that just by chance that he got lucky? Or what happened? What caused that to occur? What caused that ordinance to change when prior to March of 2025, you could not do this? We would not be here tonight talking about this. When I saw that letter, my blood pressure shot up. How could a county change that ordinance? What was the conversation of it? What was the voting on it? What was the reasoning behind it? Because I went through your comprehensive report, all 338 pages of it, for the 24 to 2045 comprehensive report. Not once was there a mention of we need more self-storage facilities in St. Croix County. The only storage was agriculture. This would set a precedence going forward in St. Croix County, where this could be done any place, anywhere, to anybody. And I don't think it's right. In conclusion, this proposal fails to prove compatibility and safety or environmental protection. No set of conditions can mitigate these fundamental flaws. Therefore, I respectfully request that this cup be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Tom and Gail Nielsen at 1698 56th Street. I'm right on the corner of 170th and 56th. Our property abuts that property, the back side. And it's the property along 170. The first part of it is high, and it takes all of the rainwater from the east and comes into the front of our yard, which basically it's a sink for water, because that whole area floods when it gets a lot of rain. I mean, the property is, I think it was on our survey map, it was designated as wetlands. Now, you look at this layout they have for all these storage units, And I would assume they'll put blacktop roads between every one of them. They aren't going to be dragging trailers and stuff through gravel roads. Add all the roof square footage and all the square footage of the blacktop they're going to put in there. And normally that would be field, agriculture, crops. So any rain that falls on it, unless it was a heavy rain, it'll sink right in the ground there, just like it does in the front of my place. It's sure I'll have water down there for, well, depending on how much it rains, but at least half the summer. And then it disappears, sinks into the ground, which is, nature's way of taking care of rain. And then you come around and screw up this thing like this. It's not good. Nature puts everything in a program so that water runs where it should run. Also, the neighborhood is all single-family homes. And now you want to plop a commercial development right in the middle of it, kind of, on a road that doesn't handle the traffic, like everybody was saying. It's a narrow road with no shoulders, and some nights I can hear cars going down that road about, 80, 90 miles an hour. I don't know where the sheriff is, but that's got to be. I blame the young people, but maybe it isn't. I don't know. Anyway, I oppose it, and it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. And I thought the comprehensive plan for St. Croix County was to kind of blend the neighborhoods together into rural settings. We bought out there because it was quiet, a lot of wildlife, and we hope to keep it that way, so we oppose it. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Yep.
Dave Justman, 1697 56th Street. I'm on the corner, well, there's one T intersection you see there. I'm on the southeast side. Tom that just spoke is on the southwest side. I'm just not going to repeat anything you heard. I want to make sure you're aware that 104 neighbors signed petitions opposing the application out of health and safety concerns. Now the ponds are designed for 25 years. Why isn't it 100? I've got the property across and my pond floods as it is, and it gets scaringly close to the house, or did the 1 year. And if, say I want to sell my house, there's a form you have to give the buyer within 10 days disclosing any defects, and I have to say, well, my septic system flooded, it's working now, but it's going to happen every 25 years, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it because it's coming from a different property. How many people are going to want to buy it? Now, we're not looking to sell it, but our kids who inherit it are going to want to be able to sell it. And then the traffic estimate that was set at the town board meeting was 5.2 vehicles a day. And I multiplied out times 800 units, that means the average visitation would be once every 5 months. So I don't know what those 18-foot tall buildings are. It seems like RVs perhaps and some boats. And I used to store my boat in a shed, and I took it out more than once every 5 months. I took it out 3 times a week on average. Okay. So that plan has a fence around it to keep people out. There's only one way in. That's also only one exit in a fence that also keeps people in. If there's a fire, there's only one exit. Things don't get designed that way. If something goes wrong with the gate or the fire is at the gate, people are trapped. And the fire department can't get in, the ambulances can't get in. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on behalf of this public hearing?
Hello, my name is John Telshaw. My wife and I both live at 608 170th Avenue for the last 54 years. So I know a lot about what's gone on in that neighborhood throughout the years. And one of the things is traffic. The traffic initially, when they put in Highway 64, there's no exit or entrance on County Road I. Reason being, because Somerset did not want additional traffic on that road. Well, a storage unit's gonna bring in more traffic. Secondly, when Apple River Hideaway wanted their permit, I said no, because that intersection, 170th and County Road I, is dangerous. I've seen 2 fatal accidents at that intersection. And nowadays, with the overpass on County Road I, people coming out of Somerset, the speed limit past 170th says 55. I guarantee you they're doing 65 before they hit 170th. And that makes it pretty much a blind corner. And the third thing that I'm really most concerned about is the storage of the materials that would be in this type of unit. I, at one time, was hazardous cargo with the Air Force, and I know that they will not have somebody certified in hazardous cargo. So what are they going to know what's stored there? And if all of a sudden something happens in a residential area, that's not good. So I just hope that you people consider this and give it a good thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in regards to the conditional use permit for?
Good evening to the board. My name is Mark Dewall. I'm with my wife Jennifer tonight, and we own the property at 575 170th Avenue. It's just shy of 40 acres. We're, I guess, just a little bit southeast of the development here. I've already submitted my comments online, so in the interest of time, I think I'll just let you go ahead and take a look at it, but just want to let you know we're in very strong opposition to this project, so thank you.
Thanks. Does anyone else wish to speak in regards to this conditional use permit? Anyone else wish to speak? Last call. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. At this time, we'll close the public hearing for the conditional use permit request for Sewell in Section 4 of the Town of Somerset for self-storage facility. And we will open up for business item number 1.
Are there any questions before I go through the findings and conclusions of the board? Okay. So the property owner is Randy Solwood. The parcel number is right there in the town of Somerset. They are wanting a conditional use permit to operate a self-storage facility pursuant to section 15.285 of Chapter 15, the county's general zoning ordinance. The facility and that on the application would consist of up to 25 buildings totaling approximately 800 units. An on-site office is proposed to conduct business operations and assist with patrons. In that office would be 1 to 2 full-time employees during normal business hours. Access would be limited between hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. They are proposing that any outdoor lighting would be downward facing, that the perimeter of the property would be in chain link fence for security purposes, that they would provide additional landscaping buffers along 170th and Highway 64. It's been brought to our attention in that there is the possibility that the ponds could be designed for a 24-hour, 2-year storm event. The town of Somerset Plan Commission and Town Board have both recommended denial of the request. And then when we're talking about any CUP, when we look at the governing statute, it is in chapter 59.69, parentheses 5, parentheses E1, and that statute says that if an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all the requirements and conditions specified in the county ordinance or those imposed by the county zoning board, the county shall grant the conditional use permit. Any condition imposed must be related to the purpose of the ordinance and be based on substantial evidence. So substantial evidence is one of those key terms. It is defined in the statute. It's not very clear, but basically it needs to be project related. You can't take and require something that's totally not related for it, because it has to be based on a reasonable person and what they believe is substantially connected to the project for that condition. Is there any findings of fact that the committee would like to add or change? Okay.
Jason, it seems that one of the main concerns here, not just this one, but one of them that's been brought up by several is the issue of the storm events. And according to what you have as a 24-hour, 2-year storm event, but you also noted that I think they were the town was requesting 25-year?
Correct. And so throughout the Plan Commission and Town Board meetings and that there was talk about a 25-year, 24-hour storm event. Normal commercial type of businesses that are required to do stormwater, the DNR standard is that 24-hour, 2-year storm event. In our land division ordinance, so when we're doing public improvements for roads and stuff, we do require the 25-year, 24-hour storm event. So we do have that higher standard. It's up to the committee tonight, or whenever you would act on this application and that, but I think that the committee could say that, hey, there has been a lot of conversations about stormwater and potential stormwater problems on site or on the nearby properties, and that related probably to this property, and that you would see it fit that you increase the amount of capacity in the ponds. I think that would be a condition that could be justified based on substantial evidence. If that was something that the committee would want, because you've heard about the wetlands, you've heard about other properties and that having water issues. You've heard about maybe potentially a high groundwater table in the area.
Next question I have is in regards to the impervious surface. If you bring the map up again with that, yeah, thank you. As we look at that, what is our percentage there of impervious surface? You have all the roofs, you have all of the asphalt areas. Doesn't look like a tremendous amount of green space left. Did you do any calculations on total impervious?
I don't believe we've been provided that information, no.
Okay. Um, Has there been any cross-checking on the stormwater facilitation that what they have it designed for is the capacities are sufficient for what we're talking about with that much impervious surface and also protecting the wetlands that's on the property?
So the stormwater facilities, and I guess this kind of links back to that last question, and we didn't get too far into it because the stormwater facilities are designed right now for that 2-year, 24-hour storm event that the DNR requires. And if the committee were to increase that to a 25-year, 24-hour storm, and that those stormwater ponds would significantly increase in size, and that would reduce in that probably the amount of hardscape that could be allowed because it's now into the ponds, and potentially would change the number of buildings or the layout of the buildings as well. So that's kind of a moving target. Because the town had expressed concerns about the amount of stormwater and about increasing that, we brought the application to the committee as they had originally submitted it to us. And that because we didn't want to take and start drafting conditions or saying, hey, the committee probably wants this or that because you're the elected officials.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I certainly see that as something we do have to address, Jason. You just look at that picture and you see that narrow little stormwater facility, unless it's 400 feet deep, and you see all of the asphalt and all of the metal roofs there, and you know that a 2-inch rain is going to cover a lot of that. It's going to cover most of the land to the south of County Road 170th, for one thing, and I see that, I hear that is an issue, a concern of pretty much everyone who spoke. So definitely before this could get my approval in any way, that would have to be really, really changed. That's not real good draining ground there, the soil. When I drove past it, I looked for a dry spot to turn around, turn my pickup around. I was driving at 170, and I had to go down around the corner this way and back into a blacktop road because it's pretty soupy soil there, and that looks pretty small.
Jason, do we have development requirements for percentage of green space on other developments?
And that when we get into the commercial areas and that, yes, there is green space requirements. Since this is in the R2 district and that, we don't have green space requirements.
What is our requirement in commercial?
Good question. I don't know that off the top of my head.
One other question would be the stormwater ponds, with the water table being as high as they are, and that being designed for a 2-year. If we move to a 25-year, my concern is that stormwater would spill over into the wetlands and then get down into the groundwater. So we're going to drastically reduce the size and the amount of buildings that are in this proposed plan just by doing that one thing. But I think we need to really look at that.
Jason, one of the other things, as we go back, that access, did the highway commissioner take a look at any of this to ensure that we have, are they going to, with the amount of facilities that are here, do they need any turn lanes or things that are coming into that would be improvements that the developer would have to do to enable to ensure that we have the proper safety and things that would be necessary
So, all of our applications like this are provided to the county highway department. We didn't ask for any special reviews on this, project because 170th is a town road and it's not a county road. And so, that's why we didn't get any feedback from county highway on it, so.
If this were, I realize that the town has the authority on the roads, but if this were under county, don't we typically on something with this size require an incoming turn lane and for traffic to ensure that we keep this safe?
Doing a turn lane gets usually to a pretty high threshold of traffic. And I'm not by any means the expert on what that threshold is. So I can't really answer that question. But as far as driveways all fall back on the town. And then, if there was any road improvements in that would be through the town as well.
Yeah, that whole road issue, the driveway is very narrow the way it looks there, but 170th is not wide enough. Again, if some of these buildings are for large boats, if some of these buildings are for large motorhomes, there's no way that anyone can turn off 170th into that 11-foot wide driveway without backing, without zigging and zagging, which on a narrow little road isn't very safe. I think the safety issue speaks volumes on this, the safety of the road. First of all, it's not a robust road. It's a narrow road. It's a road for a few residents, basically. That's what it was built for. It's an older road. I'm also concerned about only one entrance because, as someone mentioned, if there's a fire on those first two buildings, if there's anyone stuck in there, they're toast. And everything else would burn with it. Typically in a commercial building, you would need a sprinkler system. I don't hear anything about a sprinkler system in any of these.
So
Really not a way of doing it unless you build a water tower out there, because there's a lot of building there. There's just a lot of things here that.
So anytime that a building exceeds the 25,000 cubic foot standard, then that triggers state plan review for the buildings. And so I'm gonna guess that that's probably why these buildings are laid out kind of the size that they are. And that if they exceed that, then they would require that, plan review, so.
Yeah, there's just a lot of these things that we don't know about, that somebody maybe hasn't thought about, but again, safety is a big issue. These people across the road are relatively close to that road. They aren't long driveways. So the action there is right up front. I mean, I was surprised how close on a county road, or a town road, how close those buildings were to the road. And this puts them really, really in the front row. So I see their concerns. I feel them.
Supervisor Rice.
Do we know, Jason, whether or not the plan is to use asphalt? Or were there any specific, maybe they're using trap rock? Do we have any idea?
I believe it was gonna be asphalt.
Asphalt,
So
okay.
generally for impervious surface, we treat them the same because even packed gravel and that generally sheds most of the water off.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Looking through the town's comments, I don't see anything on the road construction of what it was actually built for. Usually if we're a county road, we know what that was built, your thickness of asphalt and whatnot, and the granular below. But being a 21-foot wide road with 1 foot shoulders, I believe I read. The town says right in there that, if you have those larger vehicles, there's just no way that that's going to be feasible. And like Supervisor Van Summeren said, an 11-foot entryway, and even these first couple of buildings that are I think they were 15 feet apart, if I remember correctly. Not a lot of room in there to move anything of decent size. So I think we have, that's also a big problem for me, is that road coming in. You know, for one, it's not a county road. You know, by us approving the CUP, we're putting that on the town that they need to either do something different with this road, which isn't right for us to do either, so.
If I could add to that, I think also the idea that off of Highway 64, where larger vehicles, all of this stuff is going to come, there is no direct way to get to this. You have to go either through town from the east or from the west. So, I mean, it's a zigzag through town. And some of those roads probably aren't adequate either. So I think that's one of the, and it's a safety issue. If one of the residents is trying to come down 170th and something big is trying to make a turn, they're going to be in harm's way. And I think this is just, it's a beautiful layout, just not for there.
Supervisor Rice.
Good. My question has more to do with the compatibility. We've heard some public comment about this use feeling more industrial, incompatible with their residential thing. Can we hear from the law department about that? I am checking here, and it looks like it's consistent with our current R2 designation. I think you had a sentence up there that we must approve. Could you pull that statement up
So
again?
I can just kind of fall back to this, and there was a comment about the ordinance being changed back in March of '25. And I can't recall that exact conversation, but self-storage facilities were added as a conditional use permitted in Ag 2, R1, R2, and C1. In the C3 district, it was changed from a permitted use to a land use permit. At that same time, we also changed the allowed uses for like a portable storage container or portable storage, and then we also changed the seasonal storage standards. And seasonal storage standards before were up to 50% of the building, and then I think it dropped to 33% of the building. So I think that's how that conversation got started. And I think that some of the reasoning was, as far as compatibility, if you're zoned Ag 1 or Ag 2, that's only 1 or 2 dwellings per 40. And if you've got 20 to 40 acres, and that you maybe have the ability to have a shed or have your own storage. And so the R1 district is 4 houses per 40. You're getting a little bit more population. You can still drop down to that 1.5 acre lot size. And that the R2 district, and that you are at 1.5 acre minimum lot sizes, no maximum density, as long as you can take and actually create the plat. And so there's a lot more houses, a lot smaller lots. And that's what I believe the conversation was, is that's where storage units are needed, and that because of the population and the small lot sizes. So I think that's how it took and was changed. But anyway, so I don't know if that really helped with the compatibility conversation that you had, but.
Could you pull that sentence back up? It was a couple slides. It was, I think it was there.
Yeah.
Inclusions of law. Substantial evidence. I agree with the comments that have been made about concerns about whether it's a 2-year or a 25-year water event. This is a wetland area. And we have some members of the public that have spoken that feel that they are concerned about the effects on their own house. I mean, we don't want flooded basements because of this. So I'd like an idea from someone here as the next steps. Maybe it's an engineering study, or what do you think we need? We need to be able to model this out.
Well, and I would agree with, because of the type of soils. What, do you know what the design or the soil consistency is in that area? Is that
Yeah.
an Anico?
And no, so it's an Amory Cromwell in that for the most of the
it's-
soil. And that's actually a pretty well-drained soil. And
Okay.
that, believe it or not, it's typically more on the sandier side. If we look at the wetland report, I'm just gonna go to the imagery. So here you can see some of the soils, I mean, kind of lighter in color. Obviously, you get into the wetlands, they're heavier. This here is the B2 that's in a wetland. You can see heavy soils. This here and that is B4. So this is just on the north side of that large wetland. Both of these are, you can see the cornfield. So Highway 64 would be over here towards the right. And here you can see, we got a mixture of gravel and a lot lighter soil, and that there on site. So generally, according to the soil survey manual, and that they're pretty well drained soils. And if we go back, yeah, so here's the soil types and that are there. We got an Amory sandy loam, Amory loam, another Amory loam. These are various slopes. And that we got some Rochwold. These ones here are your heavier soils. So especially the SE, that's the main wetland one. If we look, there's also a soil map here. So that SE soil is here, and that the AN and that's that Amory loam. So you can see that's the bulk of it, and then that Amory sandy loam soil type. So, but most of this is that Amory loam or Amory sandy loam soil, and so it's actually in the soil survey considered pretty well drained.
Typically has some modeling. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely when it gets closer to these wetland pockets, and that there's overlap, it's not like the map shows, where it's just, here's the wetland and here's not. I mean, and that there is a gradual taper, so.
What you said is probably true. Although I walked out into the cornfield and it was really slimy, and that was a week ago this past Sunday. So I actually got out and walked what that was like. But we have to keep in mind that all of these places where you said the soil is the Amory loam and that's all going to have 4 inches of asphalt on top of it. It's not going to make any difference if that were clay.
Yep.
Because the water is going to run off, and it's going to have to run into those wetlands, or cross the road into somebody else's yard or septic system.
Yep.
I think there's enough evidence, and along with that, the wishes of the town board that they want it denied. I think there's enough evidence to say, no, this is the wrong place for it. In one of the emails I received, somebody made a comment that this should be in a commercial industrial area, and they pointed out that over here off the map, there's room in the industrial park for this very thing. So it's not that if this doesn't happen, there's no way to build it. It's, yeah, they actually had pointed it out. It must be over here in that area.
Yeah.
So, and then it would be in a commercial district, and it would be probably where it belongs.
Well, did a couple more things on the, have you looked at elevations of the homes and stuff, especially the one that's impacted by the wetlands on the west side of the property that crosses over 170th to the south? That looks like that was all one wetland that had the road put over the top of it, 170th. Is there culverts in that area? And then the other question is with that home that's located on the other side of the road next to that wetland, how's the elevation check there as far as from how that wetland is across the street to the, up to the dwelling?
So here's just another map from the DNR's surface water data viewer. And so you can see that this is kind of the pothole region that we are from the glaciers that are left over. But this was all identified as one wetland before 170th went into effect, or went into construction. And then there is some wetlands here. All these little green areas, those are all natural undelineated wetlands, like I said before. The topography on the site is rolling, kind of like those images showed. But generally speaking, in that it's draining into these wetlands.
So with it draining into the wetlands, the natural flow goes to the south.
Correct.
So all of these homes have potential impact from the wetlands, or from the, this property from the north running south in an overflow situation. So then the next, again, those homes that are on the south side of 170th, elevation-wise, would they be in any jeopardy or anything with a more of, we'll say, I won't say catastrophic, but a large flood event where the coverage would move across 170th to the south?
So here's the topo map of the property. You can see that we've got kind of a hill here at 942, and it's dropping into this main wetland area. Similar thing, a little bit higher over on the west side here. We're at 946, draining into that area. If we go here and that, now we got another little top of a knob that's at 940, and that's draining towards the undelineated wetland here. Same thing, so you get kind of the trend in that it's just a rolling landscape, and where those little wetland pockets are, they're created because of the rolling terrain. When we get over to the east farther, again, I mean, this is all pretty level. I mean, we're talking between 936 and 944 roughly throughout the whole parcel. But there is a lot more drop in that here going down into this pond area. You can see the contour lines are much closer together. And even here, you know, this is all shedding this way, so. The contour
those
lines are
pads
not
and-
labeled on
yeah.
the south side of the road there.
Yeah, those aren't delineable. We really don't have any numbers on those too much.
Nope.
So I think that's what the concern is, because it's moving that direction. Another question on water management. Because there's such a high percentage of impervious surface on this, can we also abridge to have a requirement instead of impervious surface, have a pervious type, not gravel necessarily, but a pervious asphalt or pervious pavers or whatever it has to be, but something that is going to help control that water control issue better than just the simple stormwater ponds, or increase those stormwater ponds and decrease the impervious surface.
I would say you can have one, but you can't have both. And that, so you could take and have pervious pavement pervious pavement is really a layer, you know, and then it goes into maybe a base layer, but underneath that you have your storage capacity, usually in washed rock. And so that would be doing your stormwater then versus having the stormwater ponds. So I think you'd be double counting if you required both. But if that was the preferred option, pervious pavement hasn't really taken off real well in a lot of places because there is a maintenance requirement that comes with it, and just the pollen and stuff in the air can seal off some of the pores, or if there was mud or things on people's tires driving over the pervious pavement, there can be a lot of maintenance. And so that's often why it's not used and why they go with the stormwater route.
Sure, which makes sense. Just think that the capacity of what's on the maps, just, I'm concerned about. Go ahead.
Well, this is all R1 zone district, so we have R2, I'm sorry, R2. So we're acre and a half lots, correct?
Correct.
So if we were to look at this, granted we're not, but if we were gonna look at this as a residential development, the max you'd be able to allow on 20 and a half acres is 13 buildings. They wanna propose 25. So, yes, we're going into a residential area, but why should a conditional use be able to put more density on a zone than the main use? So I think my question would be, I know we have in the findings of facts that we shall grant the CUP with conditions. So from my understanding, we have to set conditions. Is that correct? Or I don't know that we can correctly flat out deny. Am I correct?
Well, unfortunately, the state legislature has drafted that into that part of the statute. And so that's where, you know, conditional uses are very difficult to deny. And as long as the applicant is willing to agree to the conditions, the purpose of those conditions is to offset that negative impact to the surrounding property owners. So like I said before, and that there's been a lot of comments here tonight about the amount of stormwater, you know, that's definitely an offsetting tool for that development on those neighboring properties to protect flooded basements or whatever that might be.
And I think if we add to that the access to get there, which is another determining factor, and it's not good. It's not good at all. I think that's one more thing which makes it incompatible with that area, because again, these people are getting by with a narrow road because that's all they have and it was there when they bought it. But that's not going to work well for this. And now when you have school buses and motorhomes on the same road, it's going to be, again, become a non-compatible. It's going to become, I would say it adds danger to the situation. Again, when there are other places where they could build this, if there was no other place on God's green earth, that would be one thing, but there are other options available for them.
And so, to your point, Supervisor Van Summeren, so underneath the ordinance, there is requirements about the maintenance of safe and healthful conditions. And so if the committee feels that traffic volumes on the road here, or the width of the road, or if there's a turn lane that's needed, and that you could, and that require a traffic impact analysis, for example, for the development, and then any suggestions coming out of that would also be able to be reviewed by the town of Somerset, since they have the road control or the authority. So that would be a way that you could assign a condition and still address the concern.
Well, I believe that probably the route we, at a minimum, we should do, but I would also include Other issues, has there been a review by the Somerset Fire Department, and have they made any recommendations as far as for the density and the type of layouts and the setbacks between structures and the things that they would feel, I'd have at least a review and give us where they're at.
And that would be consistent in that with other conditional use permits that the committee has reviewed, and in that for, basically facilities where the public is going into the facility, we've had those fire inspections, so.
So that one, I think road use, because the town of Somerset has turned it down, I would want to have them the opportunity, if we're put in this position, that they should review for road access and see if they are going to require an upgrade to 170th from County Road I down to this location and put in any turn lanes necessary or anything as a developer's agreement with that developer to bear the cost of those expenses to ensure that the road is done right and get us the information back.
Yeah, I think you'd make that as one of the conditions, that they would make road improvements as required by the township to meet the commercial standards that this development will be driving.
Okay, so we can say it that way, so.
Yeah.
And then the other condition, of course, is the 25-year minimum.
You mentioned the fire one too. I was just thinking about that one as you brought it up. I've seen storage units before that limit the type of storage materials, and I'm wondering if, because of the distance from fire hydrants, that the fire department might not recommend that here also. So you might have a condition that they comply with storage requirements as limited by the fire department.
Yeah, there are no fire hydrants on this side of the,
I'm aware.
yeah, on this side, so I think that's a good point, Ken, very good point. So that also has to be one of the things that they'd have to have, fire suppression.
All right, so you guys have 25-year storm, road improvements, fire department review. What about number of driveways and number of buildings? Did you guys set those yet? Those are the two other things I've heard, but I don't know if you set.
I would propose, I mean, if we're able to, I would propose that we don't allow density higher than what the R2 district allows, which would be 13 buildings on a 20.5 acre site.
I would agree.
Wouldn't you just make bigger buildings then?
Well, you're constrained because you get over the bigger buildings, then you have to fire protect, which they don't have city water there for, so.
And they can't maneuver around them.
Right.
This is all about maneuvering.
So that one, and also, think if they also added an emergency gate, that if there were a secondary, that would be for emergency purposes, that they would have that secondary access. So that wouldn't be an access that could be used on a typical basis, but if there was an emergency, it would be an access that would allow for emergency services or for emergency egress from the property.
Since we're crafting, since we're crafting here, relative to the 25-year storm event, I think we want to make sure that whatever that work output is includes the analysis for the amount of impervious service that, and building on Supervisor Shirley's idea, you're talking about percentages of, I think, green space, we want, that's, it maybe not the number of buildings, but the percentage of green space, right? Right? In the analysis, so I'm cool with that.
Well, one thing more I think that we have to talk about is, I think Ken just brought it up about a fire department, but when you look at that plan, they're 30 feet away from that front ditch, and you are no way gonna get a fire truck in that complex to fight a fire. Because every fire truck I know is a bit longer than 30 feet. And you can't get to really any of those buildings or all of those buildings. I guess you get to the first two, you can go straight in, but there's no swivel room there. That has to be redesigned, or the fire department's going to will shut them down. So that must be in there on your,
I would say as reviewed and approved by the fire department. The road's only 21 feet wide.
right,
If it can
right.
fit down the road, it could fit through the driveway.
But they can swing out for that, you're right, but here, I mean, you look between the buildings, 45 feet, to make that first curve, in front of the building, 30 feet.
I take your point, but as the fire department,
Yeah.
your condition would be as approved by the fire department
Right.
for turning radiuses.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Interior turning radiuses.
Jason, you also did address the noise, or not the noise, I'm sorry, the lighting, that we're doing dark skies compatible lighting, if there is any lighting there.
Okay,
So no wall packs that have direct shine out into the neighborhood.
yep, correct. That would be required.
One other thing that Supervisor Rice was talking about was my idea with the percentage of green space. I would say this development is a commercial development. I would stick to our commercial green space percentage requirements.
Are you ready for a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, if you would like, we got some extra conditions as well, and I can go through the conclusions of law quick, if you would like.
Yes, please.
Okay. So conclusions of law, and I apologize, we got quite a few changes here, so I won't be able to make these on the fly tonight, but everything's being recorded to create the record. So the maintenance of safe and healthful conditions, the applicant states that all personal belongings of patrons will be stored inside their individual storage units. I think right there would be a proper spot to take and add that no materials and that would be restricted by the fire department will be stored there. And that there is no outdoor storage that is being proposed and would not be allowed with the request. The applicant will have a fence around the perimeter of the facility and will use lighting, but it'll be dark sky. Staff will also be on site during normal hours of operation. The prevention and control of water pollution, including sedimentation. The applicant is proposing 3 stormwater infiltration basins to collect the runoff from the building's impervious surfaces. According to DNR standards, we would change the DNR standards to a 25-year, 24-hour storm event. All impervious surface within 300 feet of the navigable water in the southeast corner of the property will be treated and will have no direct drainage into that water feature. Please feel free to jump in if I say something wrong. Existing topographic and drainage features and the vegetative cover of the site. The site is a relatively flat ag field currently, and the drainage patterns will be rerouted into the proposed stormwater basins. The buffer along 170th and Highway 64 will be added for extra screening. The location of the site with respect to the environmental corridors, all the buildings and impervious surfaces will comply with the shoreline zoning requirements. The largest wetland will remain undisturbed and unfilled. The applicant was granted approval in that from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for those 3 undelineated wetlands. erosion control of the site and the degree, direction, and slope of the site. Again, it's a fairly flat site. The current crop is annual row crop, and so the amount of erosion will likely go down with the proposed use, just because we don't have that water-soil contact anymore. That the soils are fairly well drained and typical for the area, so it's not unique. The location of the site with respect to existing and future access roads. So right here, we would need to make some changes because Supervisor Coner brought up about adding an extra emergency access that would be separate, just so that there was two accesses in and out of the facility, but that emergency access wouldn't be used on a daily basis. And then as far as 170th and the future access road, that traffic impact analysis, and that would be conducted, and any impacts, and that then would be addressed with the town of Somerset. And they would also include review for the road access, and if there was a need, potential upgrade to 170th from County Road I. Did I have that one correct? There's quite a bit of changes there. So, okay. The need of the proposed use in the location, and that we just know that that area is seeing an increased growth in residential units. The village of Somerset and the town of Somerset are growing. And so with that, there is potentially the need for extra storage facilities. The project is proposed in phases to accommodate the needs of the area. Its compatibility with the uses on the adjacent land. The applicant states that the use of the property will serve the nearby properties and homes. The amount of septic waste, and that would be handled by a holding tank, which would just serve the on-site office, that it wouldn't have any public restrooms available. Location factors, domestic uses shall be generally preferred. The use is incidental to the nearby domestic uses of being residential and the proximity to the village of Somerset. Uses are not inherently a source of pollution within the area, are preferred over uses that are or may be a pollution source. And the applicant states that the business operations would not be a pollution source, and that partly due to the stormwater runoff and erosion that are being addressed in the plans. Use locations within the area tend to minimize the possibility of pollution, shall be preferred over the overuse locations tending to increase that possibility. And the nature of the business, and that would not involve a high risk of pollution. And especially if we look at some of the conditions that you're talking about with the type of materials that are being stored on site, increasing the stormwater capacity from the normal DNR standard of a 2-year event to a 25-year event, and then also with no wetland impacts with the filling of that larger wetland towards the west side of the property. Is there anything that I missed on conclusions of law? I know that there's a couple conditions that I haven't addressed yet, but we would add them down below. Yes, Supervisor Coner.
Just a couple more. One, as we were reviewing it, I didn't see any location for garbage containers or how they're gonna address that. That would be a requirement. Typically, those have to be in a containment area. Another thing is on that particular, especially the wetland to the west where it has access, I'm not sure if there's culverts going through that one, being that it looks like it's, 170th was built over the top of it. If there is, one of the concerns is, do we concern with we can't close the culvert, but can we include that particular culvert comes up to a certain high water mark before it would be allowed to flood through to the other side of the road. So in other words, the majority of the containment would be on this property and not allow it, you know, how they put those mushrooms in and things, to just, you know, the water level has to get to a certain elevation before it's allowed to flow. And then the other thing would be, we would probably want to also require that none of these units can be made into like a residential, where part of it has a residence in it or rentals for that purpose, and where it's a shop and a residence built together.
Really what you're saying is it has to be storage only, right? And I think that's probably the way to put it, because otherwise you could start a business in there. I'm thinking of the airport in Richmond that has a lot more businesses and has airplanes now. Another thing that I didn't catch, Supervisor Shirley's idea about only so many buildings based on,
Yep.
did you mention that?
Not yet.
Okay, but
That'll be in the conditions, so.
that has to be in the conditions
Yep.
too.
So some of these have been addressed here. So condition number 1 is something that we normally have on any conditional use, that the applicant shall be responsible for securing any necessary local, state, federal permits, licenses, and approvals. So that's going to collect the building permit side from the town, driveway permit from the town, for example. Those will all be taken care of there. Land use permit from us, and that to address the stormwater and erosion control plans on site. Number 3 here, that the stormwater infiltration basins would be sized to accommodate a 24-hour, 25-year storm shall be constructed to mitigate the stormwater runoff. So that would be a change right here. Condition 4, no wetland fill may be placed within wetland C. That's the wetland identified on the west side in the wetland delineation report. Culvert sizing shall be reviewed by Land and Water Resources. So I don't know if that's sufficient for you, Supervisor Coner.
Just want protective measures that they have a control measure to ensure.
Okay,
I don't know if that will cover that or not, but I
okay,
definitely want to protect the people on the other side.
okay. Any land within the 300 feet of the ordinary high water mark of that navigable water down in the southeast corner shall comply with any shoreline overlay zoning requirements. No outdoor storage shall be permitted. The lighting plan shall be provided to staff, and all lighting shall be downward facing to mitigate light pollution. This is one that we haven't talked about, but and that there shall be no parking, deliveries, or pickups on 170th Avenue. A lot of the comments that we had heard was about people waiting to get in there maybe in the morning and backing up on 170th and preventing emergency services from getting through. So that was why we created that one. Access to the facility will be prohibited between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So the applicant said that that would be limited hours between those. I think in that the committee could make it prohibited, and that the gate just doesn't open between 10 and 6 a.m. to allow anybody in. Vehicles associated with the business shall obey town road requirements. All trash on the property shall be contained, and the property shall be kept in a neat and orderly manner. The screening requirements that are in the application, they don't have a lot of specifics to them, so as staff, we tried to take and create what would be more specific. So along 170th Avenue and Highway 64 to main those screenings, and on the east and west side, that there would be 5 to 6 foot tall evergreen trees planted along the entire property boundary at a spacing of 15 feet. So generally, spruce tree, they say, is between I'll call it 10 and 30 feet wide. So if you take an average of 20, and that they say cut that in half, and that's about what you're spacing for each tree. So that would give us 20 feet of spacing. So at 15 feet, we're still holding them tighter a little bit, but yet when they get big, and that they should provide a really good screening. So And we're not planting seedlings, we're planting 5 to 6 foot tall trees. Adequate parking areas for patrons loading and unloading trucks, and that shall be constructed. Any new owners of the property must adhere to the standards and conditions of the approved conditional use permit. Any change or addition in the use of the property or structures must meet the requirements of the ordinance and be approved by the land use administrator. And then just the last one, and that our ability to go on site for inspections. And then, on that, I'd like to jump into the ones that the committee proposed. And with that, I'll start that a traffic impact analysis would be conducted for the proposed use. And any impacts of the proposed use would be reviewed by the town of Somerset, including any upgrades and that would need to be done, i.e. a turn lane or improvements to 170 to make the access safe. That fire department review would be conducted, and with that would be to make sure that the internal turning radiuses are suitable for the fire department's equipment, and that any materials that the fire department has concerns of as far as storage, and that would be limited. We already talked about the 25-year storm event, that the density normally allowed for principal structures in the R2 zoning district would be 13 on a 20-acre parcel, and therefore the buildings on this development should not exceed 13 buildings. That second emergency access would be provided that would be separate from the main entrance, but would allow for 2 exit or entry points in the event of an emergency. We talked about lighting, that the commercial district green space requirement would be met. We had the garbage, and then no business or residential uses of the units shall be allowed.
The only thing that I didn't hear in there, when you were doing the review, that was up to County Road I.
Okay, up to County Road. So the upgrade to 170th up to County Road I if needed. So, okay.
And I think that we should make that change to number 9, that it's all, from 10 PM to 6 AM, any operation is prohibited.
Okay. Yep.
So do we have a motion to approve this based on the changes that were made tonight that Jason just dictated to us?
For the purposes of what we need to do tonight, I will make the motion that we approve this conditional use permit based on the conditions that we set forth
And amended?
and amended.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Just have a question. When you limit that to 13 buildings, does it give any size for those buildings, or can they just make up the storage space by making those 13 buildings bigger? It's a percentage of the property, right, that has to be.
Right. I think you got it boxed in a little bit. Could they definitely make the buildings bigger? Sure. But what we have tied them to, and that is the 25-year storm event on the stormwater. So that's going to limit the impervious some as well. And then the commercial green space requirement will be the other one that, that's what normally limits commercial buildings in a commercial district on the size.
Just wanted to check on that.
one other thing on that. When they can make the buildings bigger, but once you get over 10,000 square feet, in a situation like that, they're gonna have to sprinkle it, so they're obviously not gonna do that, because that's not feasible.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries.
As an attorney, can I ask a question?
Well, okay. The difficult part with this, sir, is that, you know, we follow by procedure. We have
Okay.
to do it for the,
I was just
the open
wondering
hearings.
how many of you would have voted to approve if you'd have had a different understanding of the law, that's all.
It's a fair question, but we can't respond.
intentions with this was to ruin the neighborhood, but thank you.
I want to thank you all for coming in tonight and,
I think we just heard from a manure salesman.
Well, he done
all right.
Does the lawsuit go to? The county and the
So
owner?
you're right here, over here on the memo.
So
And then you can take.
we'll
and
move
you
on
can
in
click
public
the
hearing number
Staff
2.
report here.
So we have a conditional use permit request for the
Decision doc, that's the
and
file
that-
here.
Yeah.
Sobos in
Let you pull that up.
section 20 of the town of Pleasant Valley for the automotive repair business.
Thank you.
Maybe want to introduce yourself since it's your first time.
I gotcha.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors, Mr. Chair, county staff. My name is Stephanie Homschild. I am a land use and conservation planner, Tech 2, for community development. Background information for the conditional use permit request for Swoboda in Section 20 of the Town of Pleasant Valley for automotive repair business. Justin Swoboda requests a conditional use permit in the Ag 2 Agricultural District under St. Croix County Ordinance, Section 15.345, Major Home Occupation, to operate an automotive repair business on a 3.423 acre property located at 204 162nd Street in Section 20, Town 28 North, Range 17 West, parcel number 024 1028 40100 in the Town of Pleasant Valley. Class 2 notice was published in the Star Observer on March 5th and on March 12th, establishing public hearing on March 19th at 5 p.m. In addition, property owners within 300 feet of the subject property were mailed a public hearing notice approximately 10 to 14 days prior to the hearing date. Redline Automotive LLC is an automotive repair business focused on offering auto repair for rural community. Repair work is currently performed inside the attached garage to the dwelling, and it may move into a detached accessory structure to the southwest corner of the property. There will be no more than 5 customer vehicles at one time parked in the rear of the property. There are 2 disposal bins for scrap metal and 3 55-gallon drums for waste oil and fluids. Tires are stored on a trailer for removal. Current hours of operation are 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday. Redline Automotive advertises 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. so customers can contact and schedule an appointment. Weekend hours are special request. Mr. Swoboda is the only employee. There are no additional employees. Site location of the property is in the town of Pleasant Valley. The blue outlined property is the 3.4 acre property where the permit is requested. The dwelling is right here on the southern part of the property. The nearest neighboring residence is over 860 feet away to the north. This area of Pleasant Valley is full of agricultural production. The zoning of the property is Ag 2 agricultural. Surrounding properties are also Ag 2 agricultural and R1 residential. Site photos. The photo on the left is taken from 162nd Street, looking onto the property where the driveway is. On the southern part of the property, there are trees that screen the property. This is a little pickup bin for some of the used parts. On the right photo, along this is looking towards 162nd Street. It is tree-lined, and in leaf-on conditions, the property is screened. The photo on the left identifies the area where the cars will be. They are right here, so I'm standing, staff took photos about right here looking onto the property. This is facing north, where the yard is all lawn, and in the northern area, it is field with chickens. Cars here are parked. This is also the identified area for the future accessory structure. These are the 3 drums identified for fluids and waste oil. And there are labels that have been printed that will be put on these as well to identify what they are. The trailer here is for tires. Tires are not stored on the ground, and this is easily removable for recycling to get rid of those tires. Section 15.710.4.b, standards applicable to all conditional uses. All of the standards have been answered based on the applicant's application, and I can go through them in the conclusions of law. But everything is covered with safe and healthful conditions, control of water pollution and sedimentation, topographic features and vegetative cover, location of site with respect to environmental corridors, degree and direction of slope, soil type, and vegetative cover, location of site to existing and future access road, need for proposed use, compatibility with on adjacent land, amount of septic waste, and location factors and locations within the area to minimize the possibility of pollution. Agency review. The Town Board of Pleasant Valley did not send comment on this, but the Town of Pleasant Valley's Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 6, Economic Development, supports economic development activities that strengthen the local economy while maintaining commitment to the environmental needs of the community. And the policies support home-based businesses in farming areas where there will be no impact on surrounding properties. And a draft decision document that includes findings of fact and conclusions of law and recommended action has been prepared and will be presented. Thank you. Can I answer any questions?
All the site plan pictures, we didn't see an area where the cars are actually being worked on. Where is that gonna be?
Sure, so that is currently in the attached garage to the dwelling. So there's a two-car garage that is attached where the service is performed, so it is all indoors. And there is a future planned accessory structure that will move that into the accessory structure so that they can regain use of their garage. Yes, Supervisor?
So those 3 barrels, that's all his storage for spent fluids are?
Correct,
That's just those 3?
correct,
Okay, and they're stored outside?
correct.
Okay. That's not a good thing, by the way.
Well, they're newer, so it's not something that's been sitting out in the yard for a while. So those are the only 3 that have been identified that will be on the property for this.
Does he have a plan for moving that stuff on, or is he just going to add more barrels? I mean, what his plans are for that?
Sure, so when waste oil can be used for some oil burning furnaces,
Yeah.
and I believe there's also recycling that they can do with that where it gets taken into.
But my question is, does he have a plan for that? Do you know?
Yes,
I mean, he knows what he's going to do with the waste oil. There are places that will take them, but he has to have a plan for that because they don't necessarily take them unless you have a contract with them, is my point. I have
Correct.
the same issue that he's going to have, and that's why I asked that.
sure. I'm sure the applicant can come up and ask.
Okay.
You can take care of that information for you, provide that for you.
With the that we're currently in the public hearing portion for the conditional use permit for the Swoboda in section 20 of the town of Pleasant Valley for an automotive repair business. Is there anybody from the public that's here that wishes to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit? Again, anybody wish to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit? And last call. Anyone wish to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit? Okay. Just state your name and where you live, please. Thank you.
My name is Justin Swoboda. I am the owner of Redline Automotive. As for your question about the barrels, I do have a plan to dispose of the oil and the coolant. The oil will be going to another shop. He has a waste oil furnace, and he will be taking that and swapping out barrels with me. So there's not going to be any added barrels to that. There will only be the 3 at one time. As far as coolant goes, I do have a full-time job, and I have an agreement with them that I can bring the coolant in, and they can dispose of it for me with the company that they use to dispose of theirs, as well as the oil filters. That's what that white drum in the picture, that's for used oil filters. So I don't know if you guys have any other questions for me.
We may, but as long, maybe hang around and we can bring you back up if there's some things that we can have you answer. That'd be great.
Absolutely, yeah. I just want to make sure I got that cleared up for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
And again, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? So, and we're going to close the public hearing portion of this and move into the business item number 2, which is, again, the conditional use permit request for Swoboda in section 20 in the town of Pleasant Valley for automotive repair business.
All right, we have our decision document with findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision of the Community Development Committee. Findings of fact, property owner is Justin Swoboda. Site is located at 204 162nd Street in Town of Pleasant Valley. Applicant is submitted for a conditional use permit for consideration of a major home occupation business pursuant to Section 15.345. Applicant has requested a home-based auto repair business in the attached garage and into a future accessory structure to regain personal use of attached garage. Repair services for vehicles assist farmers and local community. Hours of current operation are 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. Monday through Friday with special request weekend hours. Future operation in accessory structure is planned for 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. Monday through Friday with special request weekend hours. The applicant has stated that all fluids, parts, products, and supplies will be labeled, stored, and disposed of properly. The applicant has stated all work is performed either with an attached garage or will be in future accessory structure. Are there any other findings I can add? Yes, Supervisor.
In what you gave us, first of all, there was a limit of 5 vehicles that could be stored,
The 5 customer vehicles?
5 customer vehicles. So when I drove past there a week ago, I counted 12, and I don't think I got them all because there were some behind others, so that's one of those things that's going to have to be monitored carefully. And make certain that the applicant knows 5 is 5.
I think one of the other concerns that we have addressed on these before too is when we have outside oil storage or any type of fluid storage, it's a hazardous material. We usually look at a containment area so that it's not just the barrels, but then you have either a bunker, you have a method that for spill factor that if something lets loose that you have that it has a containment so you don't have ground contamination. That may, he can either have that indoor or you may want to put like a shed roof so that it eliminates where it's not gathering stormwater on 'em. But normally, I think that's one of the standards that we have. I also, in the picture that you provided in the presentation, I counted out 7 vehicles just in where the snapshot was. So that would be, if we'd have to say, either he needs to identify if he has his own personal vehicles there, how many vehicles total. So if he has 5 that he has for working on and he owns a couple personal vehicles that are outside, that's understandable, that's gonna happen, but I guess, if he's saying 5, then 5 is it for the business side of it. And I don't know if anyone else has anything. Go ahead.
I just have a question. If you could pull up the pictures with the vehicles again. Is there a home on the other side of where the vehicles are? Or what am I looking at? I see a structure. Okay, so
So this is the
home,
This is part of the home, and then the attached garage is over more towards the western part.
okay, and could you scroll down a little bit? So
So this is the back part of the home, and this is part of the garage.
okay, and in the next picture, is there a neighboring home or is that the same home? Is that the
This?
owner's home? Yes.
No, this is a separate property.
So that's a neighboring property?
Correct.
Okay,
It's dairy production, I believe.
okay. I'm sure we'll talk about this, but generally requires some sort of fencing.
There is fencing behind these vehicles.
But I'm thinking of something along the lines of screening for visual, so maybe we can talk some more about that.
Well, again, we come back to that one. We've always been for consistency, if we're gonna say we need to do screening between properties on, whether it can be vegetative screening or whatever, but, just in the areas where they're, have the business car storage area. Go ahead.
This might be one of those situations where that's not necessary. This is all animal housing. And if you look at, if you scroll back, yeah, if you get the site location overhead, next, yeah, down there. If you notice, that is all farm, that's all dairy farm. So he's a long ways away from another house. No, none
So-
of this is resident. There's a resident way up in, yeah, up there where the arrow is. No. Yeah, so that's one of those, I think, exemptions here because there's nothing close. Yeah, yeah. I do want to add, though, to something that you mentioned. I think under those, around those barrels, he needs, I think the DNR is going to require a cement bunker, they call it. It's a cement four-sided thing that if something leaks, it doesn't go on the ground. So I think that's something that's you're going to have to deal with. Yeah.
Again, with all the CUPs, I think that we are requiring our dark sky compatible lighting, is that correct?
There was no additional lighting
Okay,
for this one, and on the accessories, on the future accessory structure, I will condition for downward to mitigate any light pollution.
okay.
Can you bring up the facts, the finding facts again, please?
Correct. Yes.
One other thing often that we are concerned about is the future operation, future operating time frame or time is from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. and typically we want that shut off at 6 o'clock, correct? Yeah. Now this again is a pretty rural area. I mean, you've got those cows there and they're probably gonna holler anyway. So that may not be a factor either, but typically we would want that shorter hours for neighbors. I think the closest neighbor is the one to the north, and then there's one across the road to the south and east, the Nolte farm. I think that's still there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a
So
distance away.
they're quite a ways away.
You do have the CUP that we're doing the CUP specifically for the one business,
Correct.
okay?
Just bouncing off of Supervisor Van Summer's comment, the way I look at this, it's so rural. It's not exactly like a retail place with a lot of people coming and going. So I would be fine with the hours of operation the way that it's listed now.
I suspect the owner will get tired of working from 7 till 10 before there's any issue going on there.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, I believe the reason for the 10 o'clock timeframe is because the applicant is trying to work on vehicles after his full-time job during the day.
Jason, I was thinking more about when in the future operation, which is going to be from 7 till 10 also, so that's a pretty long day. But again, there are not a lot of close neighbors.
Yeah, in the application, I think the reason why he had that 7 AM is because he takes appointments and he's calling his customers back throughout the day when he gets time on his main job. So he just wanted to make sure that he had it covered as far as the hours. So I believe it's only intended that after he gets home from work and that he would be out in the garage working on somebody's car until potentially 10 PM.
How many repair stalls will be in the new shed? Is it just, again, going back to the two, or are you doing multiple?
Once I get to a point, I'm sorry. I apologize. Once I get to a point where I can make a different building out there, it'll only be a 2-stall. Yep. All right. Yep.
All right. So are we still in the public hearing? No, we aren't. We went to the business. Yeah. Does anybody have anything else to add, or? So do we want to make a motion? Okay, go ahead then with the facts.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and add those other findings of fact then. Conclusions of law. Community Development Committee shall only grant a conditional use subject to the provisions in section 15.710.4.b of chapter 15 zoning, which is stated as follows. The maintenance of safe and healthful conditions. Waste disposal plan described for equipment and fluids, all work performed in garage. Planned accessory structure will also maintain the same safe and healthful conditions. The prevention of and control of water pollution, including sedimentation. Fluid containment system described, vehicles parked in mowed grass and graveled areas with no additional impact to soils, resulting in erosion or water pollution. Existing topographic and drainage features and vegetative cover. There are no steep slopes or drainage concerns. Property is gravel driveway and parking with lawn, turf, or open field. Location of the site with respect to environmental corridors. The garage is across the road and over 400 feet away from the nearest wetland area. There are no critical environmental features such as wetlands, floodplains, or navigable water existing on the property. Erosion control of the site based upon degree and direction of slope, soil type, and vegetative cover. There is no potential of soil erosion with continued use. The future accessory structure will also have no erosion increases. The location of the site with respect to existing and future access roads. There is no change to the road access now or in the future. The need of the proposed use in that location. Applicant states the use would assist neighboring farmers and property owners with vehicle care to avoid longer drives and helps keep business local. Its compatibility with uses on adjacent land. Property is located within large farming production area in southern Pleasant Valley. The nearest neighboring dwelling is 865 feet away from the residence. Amount of septic waste to be generated and adequacy of the system. Applicant is the only employee and will not generate any additional use of sanitary. Location factors pertaining to domestic uses shall be generally preferred. Use is not inherent a source of pollution, and use locations within an area tending to minimize the possibility of pollution shall be preferred over the use locations tending to increase that possibility. The property has no slopes or environmentally sensitive areas identified for potential pollution or erosion concerns. Vehicles are all in working condition, parked in rear of property with minimal visual impact from the road.
I have a question on D.
Yes.
Can you roll that back down again? The location of the site, the garage is across the road. Is this the new proposed garage?
So
Because right now, there's not one across the street.
let me, on the property here.
Yeah.
This is where the house is.
Yep.
The nearest wetland or sensitive area is over here.
No, but we're talking about the garage?
The garage on the house is
No.
across the road
Oh,
and over
oh, from-
400
from
feet
that.
away.
Okay, okay, excuse me, sorry.
It's a lot. Any other questions? Conditions?
Nope. Should go ahead and move to the next step then. So the decision is, well, that's where we're at. All right.
Correct.
So do we have a motion to approve as stipulated?
I make that a motion? Grant this request?
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second. Second?
Second, Carrie. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries unanimous. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
We're gonna take about a, 5-minute break, 7:15, so we'll reconvene at 7:20.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
do you want to take and reconsider the actual vote on that one or that motion so that there is conditions tied to the use?
Oh, I thought we would definitely have the conditions that we,
I thought that was assumed.
I
but-
thought that's what we were doing. All right.
Yeah, with the conditions that were,
We'll have to
Go ahead and make that motion.
remake that motion.
I make a motion that we pass this request, that we honor this request with the provisions that we added for the environmental especially.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries unanimous. No, and I'll give you even an extra minute. No.
Time to stretch.
I'm just looking at this paper that was laying here when we got here.
That's really helpful.
It is.
I was going through that.
The,
It's like a little cheat sheet.
yeah, but the whole mini storage thing has all of those things, and yet we didn't say no. What's wrong with this?
Well, what's wrong with this is the way the state laid it out.
Right,
The state backs us into a corner, so,
yeah, that's right, and yet these are the conditions that they say would stop it.
yeah. I think Ken tried to make that point to the people in the aisle.
Yeah.
That it's what comes from legislature that wants to appear to be business friendly
Right, but
and kicking the can down the road.
let somebody else deal with it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, we've got two school board members that are trying to get reelected who voted to close 2 elementary schools.
Oh, I bet
There are
that
people who want
went
their
over well.
head.
Yeah.
Well, first there was a recall thing, they didn't get enough signatures for it, and then there was a lawsuit and they lost on that.
Oh,
and,
oh, really?
Like,
So a
yeah,
lawsuit that who?
a lawsuit.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. We'll call the meeting back to order here. We're going to move on to the public hearing for conditional use permit for an equipment, okay, conditional use permit request for Wilson in section 31 of the town of Warren for an equipment rental business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our third hearing tonight is for Nicholas Wilson requesting a major home occupation to operate an equipment rental business on a 9.3 acre property located at 936 65th Avenue in Section 31 of the town of Warren. Prior to tonight's meeting and that we did publish a Class 2 notice in the Star Observer for 2 weeks and notified all adjoining property owners within 300 feet of the property. This request also aligns with contractor sales and service. So some background on the applicant. High-quality equipment rental is an outdoor equipment rental business. They rent out skid steer attachments, that kind of stuff. They also rent to property owners and agencies, so it can be private landowners that are getting the equipment from them. They have a shed on site and a fairly large paved area where any of the equipment would be stored. And the equipment rotates as it comes and goes from the site, but it is inspected and cleaned between clients. There are trees currently on site that screen the shed and the concrete area from the road. The operating hours proposed are 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tuesday through Friday, and some Saturday hours from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. or by appointment only. There is only one full-time employee. So here's an aerial of the site. We're on I-94. Here's the way station. So we're directly south of the way station. There's a pretty heavy pine plantation that buffers the way station and freeway from the applicant's house and shed. The house and shed are on the south side of the property. So this is the house right here. And this here is the shed. You can see that there's evergreens along here that are pretty thick and that to block the view of the shed from 65th Avenue. The property and surrounding area is all zoned R2 residential. Here's current view of the proposed area. So this is looking from the road down towards the shed. These are those pines that provide the screening from the road. Here is more from the road of the concrete area and the shed. This would be looking to the north towards 94. This image here is facing east, so this would be the front of the shed. This would be the area where everything is parked and stored. This is looking from the back side of the shed towards the west, so here's the house in the background. As with the other two CUPs that you've seen tonight, the criteria in section 15.710 are required in regards to erosion and public health. And at the time that we posted the packet, there was no comments received from the town. And since then, we did receive comments from the town, and they made a motion to approve the conditional use permit, that there would be only 2 years in that because the applicant is proposing to move the business off-site to a commercial location. But it is also, or was an after the fact one that we worked on. He came into compliance completely, and now he's trying to take and get the CUP for approval to be able to operate until that new space is available for him to operate out of. Any questions of the board? Okay.
Hey, do we have anyone that wishes to speak in behalf or against this conditional use permit? State your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
We're Jim and Sandy Jesse. We live right next door at 944 65th. Our property lines are shared with the Wilsons, and we have no problem with Nick running his business next to us. We are okay with Nick getting approved for running his business at this property. They are very good neighbors and they deserve to get their permit. And we would like to see that happen. And with that said, Mary Marr is sitting back here with us. She's too shy to come up, but she'd ask us, she says she agrees with all we said. So I don't know if that's okay or not, but I hope it's okay. Okay?
I just want to add that everything in Nick's property is always clean, and he's very neat about how he lines up the equipment. It doesn't look bad at all.
And you agree with me?
And I agree with everything he said.
and that usually doesn't happen. So-
Never.
So it must be good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Walt Johnson. I live at the property, my wife Patricia and I, we own the property directly west of them, adjacent, 930 65th Avenue. We bought the property 49 years ago. And it was nice rural, it was a pasture. There were cattle out there. Now there's houses out there. Now there's a truck stop, a way station out there. None of those things were there when I bought the property, and there was nothing I could do about that. But I don't agree that we're zoned residential. I don't agree there should be a business out there with all the traffic. And she's right, they keep the place is clean, it's neat, everything else, but all the traffic and they clean their machines. Well, we hear all that all during the day, the noises, backup alarms, all that kind of stuff. I just don't think it's something that should be there. Yeah, there's plenty of, and I understand, I hear, this is the first I've heard that they're moving to River Falls or something at some point in time. I don't know if that's happening or not. They've been in business out there for over 2 years without a permit. I don't know how that happens. But we are not in favor of this at all, so, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to?
I might also add, nothing against the people at all. They're nice. I've met them once, or I think, over the last 2 years, and no problem there, but it just doesn't belong there. That's.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Hi, I'm Mary J. Mara, and I have lived on my property at 933 65th Avenue 51 years. You could not ask for a greater gentleman than Nick. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. Than Nick and his wife, Sarah, and their beautiful family living across the road from me. They bring nothing but happiness. He is the greatest man. He cares about people. He's helped me many times, as he's helped the whole neighborhood. They are just kind, great people. And I think this should be reconsidered. I'm the oldest resident out there. 51 years, and I'm proud of Nick and his family. They keep a neat place. They're there to help you whenever you need help. And they're just a joy to have in the neighborhood. So please give him a permit, I beg you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So is there, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Gino Hansen. I'm the town chair for Warren. And the timing of commenting on that, like you said earlier, our town meeting was Monday night. So I don't know when, kind of got caught in cross traffic, but our plan board, our plan commission met earlier in the month and sent a recommendation on to our town board to permit the rental the rental business to operate there for 2 years, with the understanding that they're going to be moving into a commercial property at some other location. We as the town were very proactive as far as welcoming business, and in the right spot. I know they've got a very good business. It'd be great to have them somewhere in Warren. That street in particular, we've got a lot of residences on, a lot of homes real close there. It's 2 town roads to get there. The towns, the roads just aren't really built for larger traffic. And, to make sure that they can continue on and not face a hardship, the town is okay with the 2 years. So that's how we came up with that. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to express yourself for the township. Does anybody else wish to speak on behalf or against? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Wilson. I'm here with my wife, Sarah Wilson. We are the owners of High Quality Equipment Rental, and we currently reside at 936 65th Avenue. I just wanted to thank the town board and all the employees of St. Croix County for helping us with this application here tonight. We are here to answer any questions that you guys may have. And in addition to the documents provided, we did provide additional documents to the Town of Warren Board when we were seeking approval from them. Those were not able to make it into this program here, but we do have impact statements from neighbors, as well as a list of 25 neighbors as well too in the last 12 months that we've helped provide service to, whether that's snow removal service or equipment rental. We're here to answer any questions that you guys may have, or we can pass these around if you guys are interested in seeing those documents. Thank you.
We will, if we have additional questions, if you can stay for the rest of when we do the business item, then we'd bring you back up. But thank you for addressing us. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit?
Thank you, and I would just like to add, this man and his wonderful family, he has worked blood, sweat, and tears for his company, and he has done a wonderful job.
Okay.
And I'm just so proud that they're in my neighborhood. And Nick is just there to help everyone. And the people he has working for him, driving their trucks, they are so cautious and careful. They drive very good. He's got a wonderful company. Please don't destroy him and his family. They don't deserve it. Okay? Thank you. Please be considerate of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is anybody else? All right, we're going to close the public hearing for the conditional use permit request for Wilson in Section 31 of the Town of Warren for an equipment rental business. And we're going to move then down to item number 3 in our business action items, which is a conditional use permit request for Wilson in Section 31 of the Town of Warren for an equipment rental business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I realize it's getting late, so I'll try to speed up here a little bit. The findings of fact here that we provided were the same as what was in the staff report. As far as hours of operation, where the property is located, what kind of business it is. The maintenance of safe and healthful conditions, and that the equipment is either in the shed or parked on the pavement for cleaning and maintenance. There's no land disturbance or changes to the landscape and that'll occur, so there's very little risk of any water pollution or sedimentation. And that any steep slopes on the property are not near the building or the storage area, and that there is a lot of vegetation and evergreens on site. There's no wetlands, shoreland, or floodplain features, no navigable waters, etc. on the property. Again, we're not disturbing any soil, so there's no erosion control. The existing site and the road, you heard from the town chair about the property being accessed by town roads, but they're not proposing any new accesses at this time. The need of the proposed use in that location, some of the public comments, have testified about how much use there is. And the property owner does believe that there is a need for the business in the area. Compatibility with the uses on the land, we got the hours of operation here. He's not working any late nights or early mornings. And the proposed build, or the current building is at least 100 feet away from the nearest residence. Since there's not any more employees, there's no impact on the septic waste. And we believe that there's no pollution risk, in that being that everything's kept on the concrete slab and that they're not adding anything to the property. Any changes to the conclusions of law? I know I went through them pretty quick.
Are there the lighting on the building itself?
We do not have that currently as a condition, but we could add that. I don't know if there's any lighting on the building right now. If it is, it's just one outdoor light.
Well, you're here. You can come up for a second, just address that one.
Yeah, so the pole shop that we're currently operating out of, there are recessed lights that are in the soffit and fascia that face down. And then above each bay door, there is one light that faces down as well too.
Okay, no wall pack type where it's
Correct.
going?
Correct.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
So if you're ready, staff does have some proposed conditions for the business. Okay. So staff would suggest approval of the applicant's conditional use permit on the following conditions: that one, that the applicant is responsible for securing any local, state, federal permits, licenses, or approvals. The business shall be operated according to the application and conditions in the decision document here. All trash would be contained on the property, and the property shall be kept in a neat and orderly manner with the business equipment in either the accessory structure on the concrete pad. Sounds like from the public comments that he's been doing that. Hours of operation shall be limited from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tuesday through Friday, and Saturdays 12 to 4, and then also by appointment. The town mentioned in that they approved the request and that with a 2-year expiration. So number 5 is the 2-year expiration unless he gets the renewal approved beforehand. So, and that the conditional use does not transfer with the property ownership, so that it would not transfer if the Wilsons were to sell the property in a year. So, any on-site business activities will be conducted by the property owners or the resident on the property. And then the last 2 is any changes must be approved by the land use administrator, and that the county staff have access to the site. Is there any conditions that the committee would like to add, or that you'd like to subtract?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead. I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit for Wilson in the section 31 of the town of Warren for the equipment rental business.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do we need to state, like last time, I'm thinking the last motion, do we need to state with the conditional uses?
Yes, with the conditions provided tonight, yes.
And you second that? And just to follow up, you'll second that again?
I did, yes.
Okay. All right. All right. And any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous. And thank you both for coming in. Thank you all for coming in tonight. So we will go with public hearing number 4, conditional use permit request for the B and B. Make sure I get that. In our properties LLC in section 2 of the town of Somerset for campground.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Committee Chair and committee members. I'm Kevin Graybo, the Land Use Administrator for the Community Development Department. I'll be giving the staff report here for this next hearing. So to start with the cover memo here, it's a conditional use permit request for B&R properties located in Section 2 of the Town of Somerset for a campground. Background information, Stephen Kaufman, agent for Alice Inc., requests a conditional use permit in the R1 residential district as required by the St. Croix County Ordinance, Section 15.322 of the zoning ordinance and Section 15.285, which is the use table of the zoning ordinance, to establish a campground on a 42.63 acre property located at 712 170th Avenue, Section 2 in the town of Somerset. A Class 2 public notice was published in the Star Observer on March 5th and March 12th, establishing a public hearing for tonight, March 18th, 2026. And next, we'll move on to the staff report and application materials that were provided in the agenda packet. So here's just the basic site information to start the staff report with here. Again, the applicant is Alice Inc., agent Steve Kaufman. I do see that Steve is in the room tonight that can address any questions that the committee might have for his request tonight. Again, located in Section 2 in the town of Somerset. The exhibits tonight are the staff report and the application, and then there was some additional information that was provided to you by the director, Mr. Cheethan. Starting with some background information for the Riverstead Camp. This site was previously used as a campground, but the use was revoked due to numerous ongoing compliance issues that were happening on the property, and they were not corrected by the previous owner. So he lost his conditional use permit and camping allowance. The new owner, Alice Inc., has applied to once again establish camping on the property. The site has been utilized for camping for over 50 years. The applicant will secure a campground license as required from the St. Croix County Public Health Department, who is an agent for the Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection, DATCAP, as required with the regulations in ATCAP 79 campgrounds. There will be 104 sites that will be established on this property. Previously, the campground use had 266 sites that were cited on their site map. And you can see there'll be 22 seasonal sites, 37 RV sites that will have water and electrical hookups, 37 basic sites were just basic tent camping with no hookups, no electricity, and then 8 camping units that will involve weekend camping with water and electrical hookups. All new RV sites will be set back 75 feet from the ordinary high water mark of the Apple River. The shower building, restrooms, and concession building are all connected to various pouts, which are septic systems, are holding tanks for collection and treatment of all the domestic wastewater that will be generated. To continue on with some background info here, all sites will have a gravel pad for the camping unit. There will be no outdoor entertainment past 11 p.m., and they will not have any outdoor live music. The campground quiet hours will be from 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. The applicant is also proposing to create a man-made swimming wading pond in order for promoting family use and opportunity for campers to be able to enjoy some water activities in that way. All outdoor lighting will be downward directed and shielded from neighboring properties. The applicant will contract with the licensed garbage hauler to remove all solid waste from the site. All the RV units will be allowed to use the dump station, which is at the River's Edge Campground, for emptying RV septic containers. A dump station is planned on this site sometime in the future, but there's not one established now. There's been a concession stand on the property for many, many years, for over 30 years, kind of an off and on usage. The concession stand will have limited concession items such as hot dogs, chips, pops, soda, candy, etc. The hours for the concessions will be limited from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And sometime in the future, they're not presenting it right now, but sometime in the future, they may offer beer and wine sales, but there is no intent for any sales of hard liquor. We can look at some overview maps here, location and zoning of the site. So this map really shows the zoning of the area. As you can see, the property in question is this R1 property that is highlighted in blue-green, whatever the color is. There is a pinch of commercial property that's located on the very north part of the parcel, and that's where that concession stand is. It used to be called the Eatery, but that's where the concession stand is established right now. And you can see here's the access. This access goes to 170th Avenue here. Here's just an aerial photo with all the zoning layers taken off, so you can kind of see what's really going on in the surrounding areas. You can see that you drive in off 170 and kind of right where the stick of the entrance starts, and then it widens out to the campground area. That's where that camp office will be, kind of, to be able to sign in and to be able to establish who's coming and going from the campground. And then you proceed through the site up here, and again, the Eatery concession stand is on the very northern part. You can also notice there's not a whole lot of residential development, not highly dense residential development along much of the property. There is, of course, residences in some areas. Here is a campground site map that was provided by the applicant. As you can see on the kind of lower right side, there's a legend that kind of tells you what the different colors mean. So, for example, the round dots are seasonal sites that will provide water and electricity. The red ones will be RV sites. The kind of lightish blue ones, those will be just the basic sites, the basic tent campsites. And these kind of other bluer ones here, those will be the location of the camping units. Here's a couple aerial photos here. Here we're kind of standing kind of on the more kind of in the central part of the property, but looking south. So we're looking down towards across the river there. Down at the bottom there would be where the entrance would be. Here's an aerial photo from standing over by the water, kind of looking over sort of at a south to southeast sort of aspect. Here's also looking east. There's some existing buildings on the property, and you can see that there are some established electrical hookups already provided. Moving on to the agency review. At the time of writing the staff report, we originally didn't have comments from the town. We did get those in time to update this a little bit here, so the town did recommend approval of the CUP at their March 4th, 2026 town board meeting. Moving on, here's standards that apply to all conditional uses. We've seen them several times tonight. I can go through them if you want. If not, I'm just gonna, it's a part of the record. And here's some additional conditional use standards for campgrounds. And again, this is in the record. You can see the application. It talks about location and size of vehicles and locating the campsites and tent site and storage areas. Plans for sanitary sewage disposal, of which the applicant is going to be contracting with a licensed professional for that. Also plans for the lighting, we addressed that. Method of disposing of the garbage, that. We talked about the septic systems, the road construction plans. There are established roads already out there. At this time, there aren't any other major roads that are being anticipated to be constructed. And that brings us to the final part here, a draft decision document that we've created for the committee's review tonight. You also were provided some comments from some people that had submitted comments to you. Tim Witzman from the town of Somerset, he provided some comments. Frank Plord, he provided some comments, and Jessica Plord also provided some comments too. At this point, does the committee have any questions?
As we're in the public hearing process, are there any questions for this part?
Could you go back to that reference to not currently offering beer or wine or hard liquor? I'm real vague on what our role is. I don't believe we're about issuing liquor licenses, so tell
Nope,
me.
nope, the county's not in that business, that's all on the town. I simply bring it to you because there have been issues in the past, and the applicant provided that in his application, and I just wanted to I addressed it just as information only.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. The liquor license would be issued by the local jurisdiction. It would have to be in the C3, so the zoning is what allows for it, but the license is still issued then by the town.
Yes.
Just a question about the, and the owner probably could answer this better. Are there flush toilets on the site now? I mean, you're talking about a dump site later. Are there flush toilets in that campground now, or is that something that you're going to add also, or do they have to run down to the other campground to use theirs?
Good question. There are a number of flush toilets would be one of the main buildings in the middle of the park, next to where the prior tube stands would be. It was their old concession stand when the previous owners had the campground, and the eatery was owned by the Sinclair family. So they had their own flush toilets, their own concession stand. There are a number, maybe 5 outbuildings that do not have flush toilets currently. Those are just holding tanks. My intention is to probably update those to flushing toilets. Probably still have the holding tank, but the consumer today, or a camper that we're gonna try to attract, just doesn't want a hole in the ground anymore. So those outbuildings will probably be updated with flushing toilets, but still a holding tank. Those outbuildings do not have septic systems, just holding tanks. The main building does, the ones with flushing. And there's a shower house, a separate shower house that also has its own mound system.
So I know we can't anticipate everything that can go wrong, but it is just recent in my mind where there was the flash flood experienced down in Texas with huge loss of life. And it happened to be close to a river like this with a lot of campers that are in a rural setting that weren't getting communication. What are the disaster plans around making sure that the campers are safe?
Good question, and obviously myself being there, my family, I would have those same concerns if I'm there. So we're currently working with Xcel Energy, and at our River's Edge campground, we're hosting 2 informational meetings with Xcel where they're going to explain to the county, the emergency teams here in both the county, local police, fire, emergency first responders, about what that could look like. I haven't attended that yet, so I'm still going to be learning that as well. So with that being said, I think we'll know a lot more about what they would recommend and see that, or, could happen. Also, with a campground license that's issued by the state, the county is the agent for the state to issue those. But with our other 3 campgrounds that we operate, we have to have an emergency plan also. So with those ones that aren't in the floodplain, we have to just give kind of the direction of where they would go and your quickest way off of the property. Also operating Cedar Lake Speedway for 20-plus years, we kind of have to think of those things too. What happens if 10,000 people and a tornado comes through, right? That could happen just as well as a flash flood could, maybe even more common. And so we provide a pretty good, and with the technology changing now, everyone has these phones and they can we all get these severe weather alerts on our phones now, but there's some technology now that phones within a certain area, they can hit those. So we're learning that. So short answer is we'll have a good plan. We'll get more information from Xcel, and they probably have dealt with it before. There's 10 or 20 dams in your county that I'm sure they have to deal with that. So.
Thank you.
just want to make sure, Jason, do you have anything more on the first part of the presentation, or can we open it up then for the public?
Nope, that's all we have for the staff report.
Okay. Well, then the next step will be, does anybody wish to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit?
I just have just overarching question.
Yep.
So Mary Sinclair Prasich, so the a part of the Sinclair family that is adjoining to it that used to own the eatery, and thankfully sold it and glad to be done with it. I just want to make sure I'm understanding whether alcohol is going to be allowed or not, and also the quiet times, if there could be weekday versus weekend, you know, timing differences, and be more consistent with other campgrounds that are at 10. And also wanting to understand if you're allowing a campground license, does that allow them also to start up tubing again? So I'm just curious about those. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you say your name?
Her first name, Mary?
Mary.
Your last name?
Prasich.
Could you please come back up the mic? We just need it for a record.
First name Mary, middle name Sinclair, Sinclear, last name Prasich, Prazich.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit? Last chance. All right, we'll close the public hearing for the conditional use permit request for the Section 2 in the town of Somerset for the campground, and we will move on to business item number 4, which is again the conditional use permit request for B&R Properties LLC in Section 2 of the town of Somerset for campground.
Okay, looking at the decision document here. Again, it's got the boilerplate stuff, Alice Inc., Agent Stephen Kaufman, notes about the hearing notices and the hearing date. So moving on, findings of fact, conclusions of law. I'm not going to read through them all. It's the same stuff as in the staff report. Basically where it is, what it is. Camping more than 50 years. There'll be established 104 sites. All new RV sites will be set back at least 75 feet from the ordinary high water mark of the Apple River. The quiet hours, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. No outdoor live music events. About using the licensed garbage hauler for removal of solid waste, and the RV units will be allowed to use the River's Edge campground for emptying RV waste there, and concession stand hours of 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And about the lighting and the man-made swimming pond. At that point, I can move on to the conditions if the committee would like me to do so. Okay, we'll run through them quick here. So the applicant shall be responsible for securing all necessary local, state, and federal permits, licenses, and approvals. This is boilerplate stuff just to make sure we're capturing everything that the applicant would need to do in order to operate legally. They will obtain a campground license from the Department of Public Health for compliance with ATCAP 79 standards. The Riverstead Camp shall be operated according to the site maps, statements, records included in the conditional use permit application, and the conditions referenced under this decision. And here's where I think we capture some stuff that we were talking about with the emergency stuff. So looking at condition 3 here, Riverstead Camp shall comply with all requirements located in section 15.322 campgrounds of the St. Croix County zoning ordinance. Now, in that section in 15.322, There's A through Q, so I counted up, I think that's 17 different things. I didn't list out 17 different things. I just referred back to the requirements in the ordinance. But the one I was going to address, if I can find that document here, goes with the emergency, notification deal. Let's see here. Here it is. Well, part of it was, one of the town concerns was, they mentioned and brought this specific thing up, was the operator shall display a durable sign posted in public view with the following wording: emergency communications. The sign shall provide directions to the nearest location where a telephone is available for emergency use. And also, let's see here. Also, another thing the town brought up was the emergence, about the establishing a record of the campground, who's there and all that. And that's important in emergency situations, so you can account for everybody. So that's part of the requirements here, so that'll be established. So moving on, Riverstead Camp shall not exceed 104 campsites with this approval. The applicant shall contract with a licensed solid waste hauler to remove all garbage and solid waste from the property. All new RV sites shall be set back at least 75 feet from the ordinary high water mark of the Apple River. The applicant shall make the dump station located at River's Edge Campground available for utilization for the RV units. Any new septic systems shall be located outside the floodplain and be constructed in compliance with applicable sanitary codes. No sanitary septic lines shall be extended to campsites within 75 feet of the ordinary high water mark. Quiet hours shall be from 11 p.m. till 7 a.m. There shall be no outdoor live music events. The concession hours shall be from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. All lighting shall be downward directed and shielded from neighboring properties. And then the boilerplate conditions we have at the end of all conditional uses about use of the property and accepting the decision. Does the committee have anything to add? Yes.
One of the speakers here mentioned it, but when I was reading through this, I was thinking 11 o'clock seems really late. This location is not that far from a residential neighborhood. With this many people, I can imagine that there's a lot of noise. I'd like to see it move to 10 o'clock. But I have an overarching question, and it's only because I truly don't know the answer to this. Apparently, this operated at one time as a campsite, and there was some lack of compliance issues. I do not know the background or who the owner was, so I really don't know. But my understanding is it did operate as a campsite. Is that correct? Could someone verify?
Yes, it was a campground.
Okay.
Yep,
So-
licensed campground.
So because I've raised teenagers, I'm asking the question this way. New ownership, new campground, but some of the campers will be the same ones that were there 5 or 10 years ago. So what I'm trying to get at is how can we, not knowing what the violations were before, how can we in this application make sure that the signal is sent to any returning? We want the campers to come back to the business, right? But to returning campers, that things are a little different now. There's a new sheriff in town, to use a different phrase. Can that be done through signage, check-in, understanding? And I don't know what the problems were before, so maybe some of the other supervisors know and can enlighten me. Anyone?
Well, I can give you the short answer. It was the live music. So the previous campground had live music, and it was all-night party events is what the issue was.
Okay, well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, it probably was. I never got invited.
And there was a lot of sales of alcohol and
Yeah.
hard liquor on site too, so that likely contributed.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna noodle on this.
So with your, with your suggestion of changing the hours, it was brought up by one of the speakers here that, did you want the hours to be something different every night of the week, or for, weekday nights is one thing, or, Friday and Saturday are different?
I would just say 10 o'clock.
I just
every
bring
night.
it up for your discussion, that's all.
Yeah, I would say 10 o'clock every night, unless one of you guys wants to tell me wrong, so.
I would concur with that.
Okay.
It's pretty hard to make campers quiet down, but I think we can shoot for 10 o'clock. That means it might be 10:30, but even that would be acceptable. So I think that we also should have that in there. Change that, 11 PM.
So what does quiet hours mean?
Quiet time. Quiet time.
So, I mean, so you're camping, you're gonna have a campfire, you're sitting around the campfire with your family. I mean, what does quiet hours mean to you guys?
To me, it means that my grandchildren will sleep. Or the other way. Yeah, so that, if parents are there with children, that they can count that it's going to be quiet enough so that their kids are not, the little ones are not being woken up.
Typically in a campground, quiet time means no loud music after 10 o'clock. Sitting around the campfire isn't the issue. No live music, that's gonna make a big difference there, but also no loud music, no, just party type times. And typically in the campgrounds I've been in, that's been at 10 o'clock. That's the time they shoot for. So I would like to see that too.
So 10 PM I put 10 PM to 7 AM for the quiet hours.
That would be quiet time, correct.
Well, I can start. So, one of the concerns that we draw in with this, and I know that you have it listed there, that for sewer services, 75 feet, and currently there's no sewer there, is my understanding. Is that?
Nothing within 75 feet, no.
Okay. As far as like campsites closer than 75 feet, I don't have any issue with that. Campers, though, that have self-contained wastewater, that's the ones we have concern. And part of the reason behind this is that we're in a very stringent protected waterway on the Apple River and everything that flows into the St. Croix, we have to be extremely cautious about, because what happens is if the particulate matter that gets in that river increases, that's monitored directly by the federal government. And if we become where that contamination levels come too high, we immediately are tracked and they go to the municipalities on the waterway, so Somerset and others that would be on the Apple River part, and they say, well, we have a problem, there's too much particulates, you're gonna have to spend several $1 million to increase the filtration system to your outflow of your wastewater treatment facility because the river contamination is getting high. So for those reasons, we're really particular about trying to ensure that we protect those things and ensure that that doesn't become a problem just by accident, because it can cause extreme conditions for everybody else that have to deal with it. So setting back campers that have self-contained wastewater, I don't know a magic number on it, but that is important for this, and we need to have discussion on that. As far as tent camping and things up to that isn't an issue, because they aren't going to be the ones that could potentially have a contamination issue. So just want to bring that up and get some thought on that from everybody.
I would agree with that. I don't know how we want to, or how you would want to define that for campsites. We'd probably have to have some kind of a plan for that. The, as far as the quiet hours go, I know, I talked today to, a board member of the town that had suggested that, we had a 10 PM to 7 AM, like Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday was 11 PM. But, and then the only other thing that he said was for holidays, to also be that 11 PM, but I guess that's up to us what we really want to do with that. The other thing that he mentioned to me was, I know with this property, there's a lot going on in here with, I know Stephen, Alice Inc. is yours, BDR Properties is somebody else's, and it isn't transferred to you yet, but I think that's in the plan. So we're asking to make a conditional use permit for somebody that doesn't yet own the property. And then I know there's some other stuff going on with some properties that are down on the shared road that comes into there with some residential properties down towards 170th, if I'm correct. So I'm not sure exactly what is going on with that part of it. And there was something else that I'll think of it. I think.
As I understand it, the former owner had problems with keeping campers at least 75 feet away. I think the county was involved with trying to make certain that happened, and evidently the former owner was not very fussy with that, and that got him into some trouble with the county. So I think that 75-foot thing is probably pretty good. Yeah, for a tent camp, not a big deal, but for any wheeled camper, it should be. That includes trailers, it includes whatever, because they all have a sewer on, they all can do the same thing. So I think that 75-foot is probably pretty important. The quiet hours, I would just as soon just let them from 10 to 7, because again, the people on a holiday will take the liberty of having holiday hours. I mean, every state park I've been in on the 4th of July had a 10 o'clock, but it was holiday hours at that time. So rather than say, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's 11, and just leave it at one time, and like I said, they will. And then the neighbors can be forgiving if it doesn't happen all the time. So I think leaving it from 10 to 7 is a good idea. And keeping the setback of anything with a wheel on it. And that's what I think you've written that you will do, so.
I might have missed it, but was there any provision here about pets on a leash? I mean, I know the way my kids live. My daughter thinks the dogs are her kids. And for a lot of people, going camping and having big animals around is really threatening. So it seems like we should have some provision in here for pets on a leash, leash required. Is that in any of these?
I think that's actually a county ordinance, possibly. We require it at all our campgrounds,
Okay.
so we operate 4 campgrounds. So if I was just here looking for more campsites, I don't need that, right? That's not why I'm here. What we're trying to do with this campground is something very unique and special. So I'm going to try and address them if I remember them. So the 11 o'clock, and listen, we try and keep a very quiet campground, and I think our other 3, all of them will attest to that. Star Perry Township, where we run 2 big ones, one large one and one small one. in July, it doesn't get dark until 10:05. And if you ask 90 people what camping meant to them, 90 are going to tell you a bonfire, sitting around roasting some s'mores and having a bonfire. You can't do that until 10:15 because it's light. That's why fireworks don't start till 10:15. Now, I'm not opposed to any quiet times. I just don't want to get into how do you police that? Remember, if you put any requirements, it's how do you enforce that? Is that at the property line? Who's standing there with the decimal meter? What decimal reading is that? Because quiet time, to this point, what does that mean? How do you enforce that? So, not against it. Put it at 8 p.m. for all you want. It doesn't really matter because I'm just telling you, the campground we're going to run there isn't going to be what it was. To the part about liquor, the reason I put that in there, it's not in front of you, it's not a decision, is I haven't applied for that. That's not our plan. And I have a 6 o'clock closing. I don't think a lot of bars would be real well if they close at 6 p.m. The reason we have our hours at 11 to 6, we open tubing at River's Edge where everyone gets in at 10. You can't reach this spot until 11. It's an hour float. So that's when we would open. Our last tubers have to be out of the water by 8 p.m. So I want them left this property by 6 so they have another hour float to get down and have that little extra area in case they want to stop again. So that's why I did that, and that's why I pointed it in there, even though it's not a thing, and we're not looking to open a bar there.
So relative to the pets question?
Yes, we require all of our guests to have their dogs on leashes at all times.
Yeah, it seems like, I don't want to sound like I'm a killjoy on these kind of things. Maybe what it comes down to is problem resolution. When something comes up and there's a complaint, either from someone on the outside or a camper, how does it get resolved? And if there's no one around to deal with it?
Well, we have on-site management.
Okay.
All of our campgrounds have that.
So rules help with that, and then actual application of the rules.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and hopefully I come before you a little bit new to the county board, but not too new to the River's Edge or camping. And, you know, we have, well, in the last few years, we've had exactly one call for service at River's Edge, and that was me who called on some unruly customers, or else we'd have 0. So if Mr. Knutson was here, Scott would say, yeah, we have no issues with the campgrounds he runs. It's just it's a different thing. And again, if I was just looking for more campsites, I have Somerset Camp, which was approved by the township, that I don't even use it. My licensed campsite's there, because just unless it's the right thing in the right area, I'm not just looking for, oh, I need these because we're gonna, you know, to your point, any of those prior customers could have come to River's Edge or Riverdale Campground, but we make it pretty uncomfortable for them to be at one of our campgrounds. So they're not interested in coming back. And then as far as the sewer and the septic, I understand that. Our Riverdale Campground, Scott, our campers there are 30 feet from the water, the old Halverson Park. We've had no issues, we've had no complaints, we've had no leaks. We're pretty stringent on all of that. All of our campers are required to be 10 years or newer, or else they have to be approved by management, so we don't have old campers that could be leaking. It's a 10-year rule at all of our campgrounds for our seasonal sites. So you could say, oh, let's put them at 75, but if somebody really wanted to dump their gray water tank, if it was at 85, it's all gonna flow down there anyhow. So whether it's at 25 or 85, let's just be honest, it really isn't gonna matter. I'm just gonna tell you, we're not gonna have that issue. And if in the last 20 years, we haven't had an issue with the federal government saying the contaminants are bad in the St. Croix when there were 8 tubing companies on the river and thousands of campsites, we're probably not going to have it now that we have 3 or 4. And so those are my answers of the things I thought you guys brought up, those 4 things. If I missed one, please ask me now, but the time thing was, that's what our other campgrounds are, is 11, just because the campfire thing, that's what camping means to people. But again, what does that mean? How do you enforce that? So
I don't think anybody's saying, if they wanna have a campfire till 2 in the morning, there's nobody saying they can't do that. It's just we gotta ensure, that they keep the volume down.
And we do, yeah, we do that, very much
That's the
so.
important thing, that's why they're saying a specific time. One of the other things, Steve, do you, with your waste containers, one thing a lot of times we'd like to see is rodent-proof waste containers, so you aren't, not that we have a tremendous amount of bears in the area, but just ways that you have dumpsters that have the sliding steel doors, or methods that we can make sure that they aren't dumpster diving or
Fair
having
enough,
fun
yeah.
with the wildlife.
So we contract with Olson Sanitation. All of our dumpsters have the plastic lids on them. We clean our garbage weekly through our daily through our campgrounds we send staff through. We mow weekly. We're trying to run a KOA type, Jellystone Park type of that's what we strive to be, not, my opinion as a business owner, that's where the business is, and families who want a nice campground to go to, and not a crazy place. So it's in our best interest, I think both of ours, I think we strive for the same things, really. We do, not. So, the noise thing, again, you can make it 10, I just have it 11, because that's what our other 3 parks are, just to keep them consistent, because we want to have a general consistent for all 4, because the last towing companies really left now. So we just want to be consistent, and again, it's not because people want to be up playing music at 11 p.m. or 12 p.m., it's just.
I think the 10, the other thing with consistency, that stays consistent with the state and the county park are both 10 p.m. right now. But again, I don't think it's that everyone's gonna be out here trying to approach and
And I don't think it's
check
going
the
to be.
clocks,
but,
and,
yeah.
I don't see that that's an issue. It's, for most of the time, it just means, okay, it's 10 o'clock, they're start settling down and they can get warning, but, nobody's gonna be out, that, at least I know the unless it's really crazy, it's very unlikely
I
that you're
agree.
ever gonna have any enforcement action on that type of thing.
I agree.
It's just more so, this is consistent with the other,
Right.
ones in the county.
I agree with you. And then the last thing that I had the comments on was the campground's been there a long time, and there are some existing utilities that already are in the ground, the water and the electric, and they're within the 75 feet. And it'd be very cumbersome to dig that all out, move that all back 20 feet. So that's why I said anything new that we build will be beyond that, but those ones that exist, can we just use those ones?
I don't, at least on my part, I don't see any problem leaving anything existing that's there for that. It's just keeping things that have, self-contained wastewater so that we can keep that safety margin. Not exactly positive what that distance is, but I just know that
So
for
that's the thing I'm
everything
saying,
for
that-
us, for residential and everything else, 75 feet is what the magic number has always been.
And anything we do that involves septic or sewer, we of course have to come back to this county and get the appropriate permits. Being where they are, probably gonna have to be state approved as well. I'm just saying there are 22 existing sites that have the plug-in, that if I told the camper, hey, you have to move your camper away their cord wouldn't reach, right? They have to, those 22 has existed for 40 years or 50 years. Those were the 2 that we said we would, the existing ones, and then anything else that we did would be come back and get the proper permits for, of course. But my contention is whether you moved them 20 feet or 10 feet, if they had any leaks or any spillage that both of us are equally concerned about, it all slopes right to that river anyhow. So if our goal is to protect the river those 20 feet wouldn't matter. And it would save a lot of destruction along the riverbank to tear all that out and dig all that out to move it that 20 feet.
I don't think the intent would be to tear anything out. It's just policing to make, whether we make that rule or not for the, where the parked areas are. They can still have electric and they can still have water for the tent sites too. So that would all be accessible. I'll let everyone else, you guys go ahead.
I just wonder about that because, and maybe, I was hoping someone from the county would know what the issue was with the last owner operator of that, because it had something to do with sewer and sewage and the county and the setback. But that's all I know. So does anybody here know anything?
Yeah, we're all well aware of it. I don't believe it was that. It was the live music and the alcohol and the all-night parties is what it was. And overcrowding, I mean, the other one had over 200 campsites, so.
Yeah, that's just
The
what
only
I was
setback
told.
one sorry, Dana. The setback, he had 3 buildings, permanent cabin buildings that were like 20 feet off the water. That was the one that you probably have heard about. Those cabins are gone. So it wasn't the campers so much, it was these 3 cabins.
Yeah.
As long as you're up there. What's the deal with the shared driveway at the entrance? Is there?
So, yeah, as you know, my partner and I bought the entire property. I don't need 100 acres, so we kept the campground part. For me, it was to change the culture of the river, kind of bought it defensively to make sure that I had kind of say what happens there, right? In a spot to enhance the tubing, what it means to people to come tubing, to get the 8 and 10 and 12-year-olds to come, if they could float, get there, get a hot dog, a snow cone, an icy or something that makes the whole experience, the whole day, fun. So my partner was gonna build a home for his daughter, so we did the minor subdivision. So the campground owns the driveway. We have a shared driveway for parcel number 2, and then 3 and 4 are driveways off of 170th. And those are large parcels, 13 acres, 15 acres, 18 acres. We expect someone to build a single-family home on those larger parcels. And so the Alice Inc., and I'm an agent for B&R, so I'm the person for both.
Okay.
So I can speak for both, and Alice Inc. is Alice Raleigh. It's the operating company that will operate the campground and own that, but, so you get both of me. Just declare that there's no conflict of giving permits to somebody that isn't, I am the
I
one.
figured, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, I clarified it,
Yeah.
clear that up, makes sense. Good question.
Just one more clarification because of our changes in the CUPs. Is this then completely considered one business that has both sales off the river, the campgrounds, and is there 2 residential dwellings there too?
Correct. So there are 2 residential dwellings that is part of the minor subdivision we got variances for.
Okay, and those all are on that same shared
All
driveway?
on the same shared driveway.
Okay. So does that meet what our requirements are?
So generally speaking, in that 3 or more properties, dwellings being served off from a driveway requires it to be built up to town road specs. However, since the Rock County court case, and that in Wisconsin, the county cannot require the public infrastructure improvements, that town has to require those improvements. And I believe right now that the town has not required that shared access to be built up, as much as I know. And they did approve of the campground at the March 4th meeting.
Okay. Again, I'll ask, similar to what, on the other case, has there been, because of access and everything, and it being on a shared driveway coming in, have there been a review by the Somerset Fire Department? Any reports?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. That's one of the things that we just look at to make sure that we can have, that they take a look at it, they look at it from the safety perspective and those types of things for access and making sure that everything works. So we usually try to get a review on that part to give us a basis if there needs to be anything, and it's about safety and welfare for everybody. So that would be one of the probably considerations, that they would just do that review and make recommendations. That would be in addition. Let's see, sir. So if there isn't anything on the access road, then we're good to go there. And we don't have any issues then for the access for the facility. We meet all the requirements as far as, because there is a commercial structure that would be opening up in the back. Does that access that's provided meet what the ordinance's requirements are?
So that commercial use is already there, and that it's kind of grandfathered in to be able to continue. What he's proposing and that for that commercial use is a lot more restrictive than what he has to propose. And so, therefore, he's just basically gonna start operating in that use. So that's the difference between a conditional use and a zoning change. Property, when it's changed to commercial zoning, can sit there for 20 years. And maybe it gets changed into a use in that is no impact to the area. And all of a sudden it's sold and somebody else buys it. And now that commercial use comes back and there's no opportunity to provide any conditions to mitigate the impact to the surrounding property owners. And so that's kind of what we're seeing with the eatery here right now, is even though it's shut down for a few years, and that as long as they're doing a use that's allowed in the commercial district, they're able to start again, so.
Okay. Just want to make sure that there's not a problem for you later.
I appreciate that.
All right. Is there anything else anybody has? I think the only other one, I'm kind of hoping to team up with Jason just to hear out that Excel project with you, so that have a good understanding, so I can work with you on that too.
That'd be
Just whatever it takes, because again, we're all on the same page. Safety's number one, and just making sure we think that through. So I appreciate you putting that together very much. I mean, that's shows a lot in the type of business operations that you go ahead with, trying to plan things like that out. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
So does anyone have anything else? All right. So we ended up with a couple of minor changes.
I think that the concession stand hours need to move to 10 o'clock too, do they not? Or do we not care about that?
What?
Item number
11.
12?
Well, it's 11 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's getting late.
No, he's good. Yeah.
So the concession stand is in the commercial zone anyway. Do we even need that in this CUP?
No, that's what I'm saying, and that he's throwing it out there as a good faith effort on that to take and basically demonstrate, I believe, how they're gonna change the use of the campground from what it was. I believe that's the only reason why it's in there.
With the limited hours, yeah.
So anyone want to make a motion?
Make a motion that we okay the CUP for Stefan Kaufman, agent for Alice, Inc., a 42.63 acre property located at 712 170th Street in Section 2, T30 North, R19 West. It's actually parcel number 032-2008-90-020 in the town of Somerset. That is with the changes that we have made.
And the
The addition.
original conditions.
Yeah.
Original conditions with changes. Okay. And a second? Is there any further discussion?
I'm just confused. I'm confused. Are we on item number 4? 4, but I think what Jerry read off
Jerry, yeah,
was
you
for the
read-
Alice instead of the BNR.
Yeah.
The applicant's the same thing.
Yeah.
The applicant's
I'm next.
Actually, it's being our properties.
Just to clarify that, we want this conditional use in Alice Inc.'s name because he's going to be running
Right.
the operations.
Just got to change the PID number.
Yeah.
Right?
So his motion was right.
Or no, right, PID.
Well, you can say it both ways, that as applied for, but then also under Alice Inc. So that way he doesn't have to change it again later.
It's tied to the property, so you're good. And the applicant has testified that he has legal representation rights for BNR properties.
Okay. Then we're good. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Unanimous.
Thank you. You get to me again. I'm up again.
Yeah. One down.
One.
All right, we'll move on then to public hearing number 5. So we'll be looking at a conditional use permit request for Alice Incorporated in Section 31 and 32 of the Town of Star Prairie for campground expansion. Go ahead.
Okay, I will start the staff report. I'll start with the cover memo first before I get to the staff report. Again, to the Community Development Committee, background information, Stephen Kaufman, agent for Alice Inc., requests a conditional use permit in the R2 Residential District, the C1 Commercial District, and the C3 Commercial District as required by St. Croix County Ordinance Section 15.322 of the zoning ordinance and 15.285, which is the use table of the zoning ordinance. To expand the campground by adding 15 year-round campsites and to incorporate the existing camping and uses throughout the site on an approximate 125-plus acre property located, and there's several addresses here, 1841 County Road C, 1809 Raleigh Road, 1820 Raleigh Road, and 1840 Raleigh Road. All in the town of Star Prairie. I'm not going to read all the parcel numbers, they're in the record. A Class 2 public notice was published in the Star Observer on March 5th and March 12th to establish a hearing, which is tonight on March 19, 2026. And following will be the staff report and application materials that are included in your packet. To start with the site information of the staff report here, again, there's several addresses. Alice Inc. is the applicant, agent Steve Kaufman. Site address 1841 County Road C, 1820 Raleigh Road, and 1840 Raleigh Road. All in Section 31 and parts of Section 31 and parts of Section 32. The zoning districts are the R1 residential district, the C1 and the C3 commercial districts. And the general campground area is located in a 40 or 50 acre site, but the whole site to encompass everything is much larger than that. Starting off with some background information, Alice Inc. is requesting the conditional use permit. to extend the current campground by adding 15 year-round seasonal campsites. This will bring the camping all under one permit. The site is currently used as a campground. The site has been approved and utilized as a campground for 40-plus years. The area for the 15 new campsites was originally designed for 23 campsites, which was called the G sites area that we'll see on the map a little further in the presentation here. But they're taking that 23 that are on the map and just making 15 campsites for RVs. The total number of campsites on the entire site is 552, which includes 65 campsites in the concert grounds area. The applicant will secure a campground license from the St. Croix County Public Health to be in compliance with ATCAP 79 campgrounds. All existing buildings are currently connected to various pouts, which are septic systems across the site, or holding tanks for collection and treatment of all domestic wastewater. There are a total of 3 separate pouts within the property. There's one large pouch for all the campground areas, which includes the campsites in the concert area. So all those campsite areas are connected. And there is an existing dump station on the site for utilization by RVs to be able to dump their septic waste. The site also includes 9 existing camper cabins, which do not have water service or bathrooms and are not connected to a pouch. Just more information, campground creates approximately 40 seasonal jobs. All sites that will be provided with electricity and water will have a gravel pad for the camping unit. There is a previous approval for 10 outdoor events allowed per calendar year. This is to include music events, such things that will be there will be concerts. They might include some future Christian concerts. The music events have approximately between 2,000 and 5,000 people per event. Alice Inc. is also contemplating a fall festival, which will be a family-oriented type event on the site, and other types of similar events. Now, this is going to come up maybe in some discussion about the number of events. The number of events has already been established by a stipulation and order of the court. They are allowed to have those, and they are allowed to have concerts up until 11 p.m. For those events. And so that's already established, and we can't change that at this point. There will be no outdoor entertainment past 11 o'clock p.m. Quiet hours are from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The outdoor lighting, any new outdoor lighting will be downward directed and shielded from neighboring properties. And again, the applicant currently contracts with a licensed garbage hauler to remove solid waste. Other features of the site include an existing Riverbend venue event center. It used to be the old restaurant. They now use it as an event center for meetings, weddings, and other types of events. There's parking available across the site for all events. There are overflow parking areas on the site. Parking off-site has also been used in the past with busing service provided to the site. And the event venue creates approximately 6 to 10 staff positions as needed. Here's kind of a zoning map showing the different zonings that are a part of this property. All the ones that have development or will have development here in the future, they're all outlined in the color yellow, and you can see there are several different colors involved. This light pink over on the right side of the slide is the C1 commercial district area, and then kind of the blood red section through the middle of the site is the commercial C3 district. And yellow leftover stuff here over on the western side is the R2 residential district zone. Again, taking off the zoning layers and be able to look at the aerial photo. Again, many of the parcels here outlined in the color yellow. If we look off to the right and we'll look at closer at some maps, so we'll be able to have some further detail. But it just gives a good indication for what's across the site. To the north of the main camping area here is just like a big swamp. There are some residential properties a little bit further to the north here, some residential properties to the east and then south of 64. Here's the campground site map for the main part of the camping here. So you can see all the sites that have already been established. There's a registration building here shown over on the left side as you come in on the road over here. And then different sites throughout the area here. some bunkhouses and camper cabins shown. Here's just another depiction that was provided by the applicant showing the campsites in yellow, as you can see over here. And right here, it's hard to see my cursor on these screens, but right here is what they call the G site area, and we'll take a little bit closer look at that down below. But this is the area we're looking at establishing those 15 RV sites. So here's just a little bit bigger blow up of the area, enlarged photo. And you can see that the current camping map had this slated for 23 sites. That'll be reduced to the 15. Just for points of interest across the site, the event center is located here, the black arrow pointing to the event center here. And here's the event camping, the concert areas in this general location here with the stage and everything, and then the event camping down here. Here's take a look at a photo showing the entrance drive coming into the site. On the right side here, that's photo shows the area that's being prepped for the RV sites. Here's just a look at the concert grounds area here. You can see the water slides in the background. And then on the right photo here, you can see some of the other established buildings that are on the site. At the time of the writing of the staff report, we had not received comments from the town of Star Prairie yet. As of March 9th, when I wrote the staff report, I did receive comments from the town. I think you received them in your packet. But we received that this morning. And at their meeting on Wednesday, March 18, 2026 at 6 p.m., it's shown on the, from the town here that consideration of Alice Inc.'s application to amend its conditional use permit, motion and second by Brian Duggan, and hope I'm pronouncing it, might be Dugan, and Darrell Went to recommend for approval Alice Inc.'s conditional use application for the campground operated by St. Croix Valley Sports Club. Motion carried. So they did approve, recommend approval of the use. Again, here's some standards that apply specific to conditional use for campgrounds. We talked about it with the last application, but we can talk about it for the record on this one. The application should talk about the location and size of vehicles, all the tent sites, recreation areas, storage areas, plans for septic systems. We've talked about that. Plans for site lighting. Any new lighting there'll be in the RV, those 15 sites will have to be downward and shielded from, downward directed and shielded from neighboring properties. They currently contract with a licensed garbage hauler. At this point, there's no new road construction plans except for the loop that will be created to, provide access to the 15 new RV sites. And here's the boilerplate that we see on all conditional uses. I won't read through any of those. And then that brings us to the point where we can talk about, that there's a decision document that's been created for the committee's review. Does the committee have any questions on this conditional use permit?
The background calls these 15 year-round seasonal campsites. So are they year-round or are they seasonal?
Good question. We don't allow anybody to stay in one campsite for more than 180 days. We don't allow anyone to say this is their residence or claim any type of residency. The reason why we are just doing those 15 sites versus some of the others in the campground, we do get a lot of contractors that come to our county that do a lot of underground burial work, and they're in the area, and their jobs often go beyond our October 1 normal, May 1 October seasonal contract. So we could then move them into these sites. These G sites have been there for many, many years. The reason why there was 23 when they put them in the 80s when they built Jellystone Park, a large camper that time was 30 feet. Now they're showing up with 45 foot and 5 slides, and so the 23 doesn't work in today's customer. So to get them to the size that the customer we want to use them, we reduced it to 15. So we can accommodate nice space and and sizes for that, so.
Public hearing, does anybody wish to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit request for Alice Incorporated in section 31 and 32, the town of Star Prairie for campground expansion? Does anyone else wish to speak on behalf or against? Last call. Hearing none, we'll close this public hearing on item number 5 and move to business item number 5, which is a conditional use permit request for Alice Incorporated for section 31 and 32 in the town of Star Prairie for campground expansion.
Okay, looking at the decision document that the staff have prepared for the committee. Again, the file number for this is the CUP 2026-0289, applicant Alice Inc., Rivers Edge Campground, agent Stephen Kaufman, application received February 19th, 2026. There's the publication dates of March 5th and March 12th to establish the hearing tonight, March 19th. I won't go through a whole lot of this background information since we talked about it, and it's in the record. Again, it's the 15 new RV sites in the G area of the campground as shown on the map. The quiet hours are in there, the 10 live music events that they already are approved to have. There's a dump station currently on site. The septic systems serving the buildings in all campground areas. And talk about the lighting will be downward directed and shielded from neighboring properties. And all sites with electricity and water hookups will have a gravel pad for the camping unit. Any discussion on any of the findings? Or would you like me to move into the conditions? Move it on? All right. So on the basis, findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the record herein, the committee, staff recommends approval, and the committee can talk about that. The applicant's conditional use request based on the following conditions. The applicant shall be responsible for securing any necessary local, state, or federal permits, licenses, and approvals. This includes the campground license that will be required by the St. Croix County Department of Public Health for compliance with ATCAP 79 campgrounds. The Rivers Edge Campground shall be operated according to the site map, statements, and record included in the conditional use permit application and the conditions referenced in the decision. Rivers Edge expansion shall comply with requirements located in section 15.322 campgrounds of the St. Croix County zoning ordinance. Quiet hours shall be from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. There shall be no more than 10 outdoor live music events or other events. All events shall end at 11 p.m. And again, about the lighting shall be downward directed, and then the boilerplate conditions that we have on all conditional use permits about the property owner adhering to the conditions of the decision and agrees to the conditions.
I guess we'll start with a question on how long is considered an event? Is multiple days? Is it like a 5-day potential event or a weekend event, or how long is an event?
All right, let's see here.
They end at 11 p.m., so it can't be more than 24
Yeah.
hours.
It's 10 days.
Probably just give a little clarification
Yep.
on that.
There's a
Although that is a court-ordered settlement between Rivers Edge and the county some years ago, I've now owned River's Edge for 8 years. We've had the rights to 10 events every year for the last 8 years, 8 events. I think I've done 4. I have none planned for this year. Last year we did 1. It's just, it's there, it's existing. Don't let that be a hiccup for you, because I've had 80 chances to do music events and have not done that. So if we do, we're looking at a much different type of a music event.
Well, the thing is, you know, I'm just thinking of I'm just trying to grasp the length, you know, you go to Cadott or something, there are multiple days for
Yeah,
one
fair
event.
enough. And
It's
so-
so that's what the question is. The hours is, yeah, obviously that's dictated, but,
And that might be in the settlement already, it's, you know,
Okay.
what the judge signs years ago, but again,
so it's whatever it
yeah,
is.
yeah, it
Okay.
is what it is. We aren't gonna change it, nor does it matter to me, kinda like the others. I'm not,
Yeah, it's
not-
just a
we're not
question, it
doing it.
wasn't something to dictate, so.
16 hours. Quiet hours start or end at 7 AM, and the event has to end by 11 PM, so it can be no longer than 16 hours.
there you go.
So, but an event then is just clarified as one day,
So it could be three-day events, right? But-
yeah. So you could, the 3 in a row.
Well,
Well, you know,
Lollapalooza.
yeah.
Lilith Fair.
Okay, 10. The other thing I've seen, with the new sites, is there anything, I noticed in the decision that you had, went by the state DAT cap requirements do you consider anything with the county camp ordinance, or is you just gonna deal just with DAT cap and the county ordinances are waived?
Me?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay,
put it
yeah. I
together.
wasn't sure if you were
Yeah.
directing that as him. I was waiting for some kind of something. He still has to comply with all the conditions in we can put that same boilerplate thing in there. I thought I dropped it in, oh, I do. River's Edge expansion shall comply with all requirements located in section 15.322 campgrounds of the St. Croix
missed
County
that,
zoning
sorry.
ordinance. So that captures that A through Q thing that's all within the
Yeah.
ordinance. Yep.
We're good then. Does anybody else have anything? Go ahead.
I move to approve the conditional use permit for Alice Inc. in section 3132 in the town of Star Prairie for a campground expansion.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimous. 2 for 2.
Thank you. Off the record, on the record, doesn't really matter to me. I just want to say I appreciate working with the staff. I appreciate you guys, kind of an open book. You know, I felt like, I don't want to say I'm like Walt Disney, but what I'm trying to do is bring good things to our town, right? And if Walt was sitting up here, you wouldn't know what he said years ago was going to be fruitful, but I got a little bit of history in 8 years here and showing the community what we're doing, so.
Well, we really appreciate you being here and presenting and going about it the way you did, so thank you.
I appreciate you guys. All good questions.
All right.
Seems that we're 4 hours into the meeting and financials are in the packet representing through February. Any questions?
I've got about 50, but.
Do you want me to read it line by line?
Yes. I looked at them. There was nothing that jumped out.
Yeah, there's no red flags for me. I mean, we're only 2 months into the year, but if you had any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Does anybody have any questions? All right. And we'll move along to business item number 7. So this is discuss the Village of North Hudson rezoning on the railroad property. And we're going to open it back up for
Public comment?
public comment. Thank you. And allow you to speak. Thank you for coming and thank you for waiting us out.
Well, you guys are running a marathon tonight. Very impressive endurance. I'm going to try and use a lot more pictures and fewer words. So I did submit a written public comment with one visual attachment, but I do have a few more pictures that I'm going to hand out now.
Not to interrupt Celeste, but perhaps for people who might be hanging in there and watching this on the River Channel, Jason, could we bring these pictures up? I think they were submitted, Celeste, in an email.
Yeah, these I have not emailed in. These I just have prints.
Okay. Yeah,
I have previously submitted most of them.
so we may need to pull some up.
This goes for the record.
Celeste? If you set the picture right here, you'll see them on the screens.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool.
Perfect.
Look at that.
All right. So I just put them where? Right there?
Yeah, well, look at the screen and you can
Oh,
adjust.
okay, got it. Oh, that's wonderful. It's like the old-fashioned overhead projectors. I'd love those. Okay, so what you're looking at here is, you've seen this before. This is the county GIS map showing the parcel outlined in aqua is the South Trestle Bridge property. And surrounding it, on the St. Croix River side and also on the Lake Malibu side, are properties that are owned either wholly or in part by St. Croix County. Okay, if we flip to the next page, I'll try and be tidy here. This is a certified survey map that the Railroad Properties of Hudson, Inc. submitted showing the South Trestle Bridge parcel. I've outlined it with the yellow to try and make the boundary lines a little bit clearer. And if you'll notice, it seems to abut very close to the corner of the concrete dam structure, which is part of the dam that the county is a half owner of along the St. Croix River, between the St. Croix River and Lake Malibu. And then flipping to the next page, just for your context, this is the most recent conceptual PDF that the applicant, Railroad Properties of Hudson LLC, submitted to the Village of North Hudson. In particular, the south portion is showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what he described as being housing units. It might be incorporated as a condo association, not clear, but they would look like single-family homes, two-story, up to 35 feet tall, 2,000 square feet or more minimum, all within a fenced private enclosure. So as you know from the memo that I submitted, and just the record, on March 3rd, the Village of North Hudson Board of Trustees did give final approval to rezone that South Trestle Bridge to RM1, which is low-density multiple family residence. There has been extensive participation by members of the public in both the Village of North Hudson Plan Commission hearing and meetings, and also in the Board of Trustees process prior to this. The public has created a very robust record of facts and evidence and citations of applicable law that are strongly against the approval of the rezoning. Nevertheless, the Village of North Hudson did approve it. And there's a provision in Wisconsin state law to request judicial review of a final decision, such as this rezoning decision. It's Wisconsin Statute 781.10. The problem for people, individuals in the community, and groups of individuals, and even for organizations like the Wild Rivers Conservancy, all of which participated in the Village of North Hudson proceedings and built that robust record, we don't have standing because of a Wisconsin Court of Appeals decision that interprets a section of that statute that provides for the certiorari review. It's pretty much impossible to qualify. Those standing requirements don't apply to any other plaintiff. One of the designated eligible plaintiffs is another local unit of government. St. Croix County is a local unit of government where the Board of Supervisors did vote to adopt a resolution to communicate to the Village of North Hudson the county's opposition to approving this rezoning request because it would harm county interests. Now, some of those major county interests are because on that tiny property that's right along the St. Croix River, the county is the half owner of the dam. This is a report, an official report from National Dams Database about that dam. And if you look at the parts that are highlighted, you see the dam type is gravity earth, and the dam length is 400 feet. Now, most of the time, when we've been talking about the dam, people have been focused on only one tiny portion of it, and that's the bit that's the concrete structure. Here's part of it, and you can see where the gates open up, the tainter gates, to adjust the level of the lake. You've got this concrete stairway that goes down the side. That's what we think of as the dam. And on the petitioner's certified survey map, that's what's identified as the map. But remember, the official document is the dam is 400 feet long. It's actually, and it's described as an earthen dam. The dam structure is actually an earthen impound, and I'm blanking on the words right now. It's an earthen dam, an earthen embankment dam. That means this is the edge of the concrete stairs here, right here, but when you look down this way, that roadway and that bank along the St. Croix, that's your earthen dam. And there's some on the other side of the concrete structure too. You can see up here the trestle bridge, portion of the trestle bridge, which is part of that south trestle bridge property. And then when you flip here, you can see a continuation of the ground area toward the St. Croix Riverside, which is on the left. That's going to be showing part of the land that belongs to St. Croix County, City of Hudson, Village of North Hudson, and Town of Hudson, and includes the dam, which, remember, is more than just the concrete structure. It's the earthen embankment dam. Earlier today, I submitted a diagram that shows, if I can find it here, that shows a cross-section of the typical construction of one of these earthen embankment dams. Now, we don't have any plans that we can go look at for the actual structure of this existing dam, the county, of which the county's half owner, because the dirt part was completed in 1866, according to the records, the official records. The concrete part that's there now was completed in 1934. It was completed in 1934 after the previous dam structure was taken out by a flooding event. And in the written comments I provided earlier today, I copied some historical archives that I got by going to the history room at the Hudson Area Library. It's a wonderful resource, by the way. And there are many, many articles. The oldest one I found recounting this history of the 1934 flood is 3 months younger than I am. So it was published in May of 1954. This one was published in 2004 in the Hudson Star Observer, but these photos are photos that were taken in 1934. In the first, April 4th through 5th of 1934, there was a heavy rainfall on frozen ground. There was a lot of runoff, and upstream dams breached. A wall of floodwater came down the Willow River. It destroyed the trout hatchery on Trout Brook Road. If we flip over here, you can see that's what happened to the earthen embankment dam. That includes part of the South Trestle Bridge property, where the developer has just received rezoning to allow residential development. Here's another photo that shows the concrete structure remained, but the ground is gone. This floodwater also washed out the then existing highway bridge and the then existing railroad trestle bridge that went between the city of Hudson and the village of North Hudson. So, why does this matter to St. Croix County? Whoops. Because St. Croix County, as a 50% owner of the dam, is responsible for its inspection, its maintenance, its proper operation, its repairs, all to serve and protect the public safety. I did not print these for you, but I did attach them as PDFs. These are prepared by the Dam Owner Outreach Committee of the Association of State Dam Safety Officials. One is entitled, whoops, Living Near Dam Areas. I could get it up here. And the other is entitled Living Near Dam Areas, Extreme Rainfall Events. Why does it matter? Well, because with age, dams deteriorate, they degrade. And also with certain activities on dams, the degradation and the damage to their structural integrity accelerates. Some of the things that are dangers for this kind of earthen embankment dam is anything that disturbs the compaction of the earth, such as, for example, putting in sewer lines, water supply lines, roadways, digging foundations for residential development on what is essentially a functional part of the earthen embankment dam. That middle part of the dam, that's the South Trestle Bridge property, is part of the earthen embankment dam. It's part of that property that washed away in the 1934 flood. What's happening with our weather patterns? Well, we know that weather patterns are changing, and these sort of extreme weather events, these rainfalls of greater quantity, more intensity, longer duration, are happening more frequently, not less frequently. So that means that the risk of a similar kind of flooding event that will wash out the earthen embankment portion of the dam is more likely now, not less likely. Right now, that dam structure is listed as being low hazard in official records. You need to understand that hazard ratings are not related solely to the structural integrity of a dam. They're related to an assessment of the likelihood of property damage and loss of life should there be a dam failure. There's nothing there right now. There are no structures to be destroyed. Nobody's living there. Allowing rezoning for residential development means there will be houses there, and there will be people living in them. There will be more impervious surface. There will be more runoff. There will be higher rates of runoff. All of these things deteriorate the stability of earthen embankment dams because they increase erosion. You will have penetrations of the existing earthen embankment dam in order to run sewer lines, water lines, do the foundations, all of that stuff. So physically, the risk to the structural integrity degrades. Right? I mean, the risk goes up because it degrades. And we have then created, should there ever be housing built there, you have created an extreme risk of loss of life. The Wisconsin statute that allows the county to be the plaintiff in a lawsuit to St. Croix County Circuit Court requesting judicial review of this final rezoning decision imposes a strict 30-day deadline for initiation. That means the deadline for filing to challenge that March 3rd decision by the Village of North Hudson Board of Trustees, it's no later than April 2nd of 2026. I know this is an item for only discussion, not action. You can't take action. You'd have to have a special meeting and pass a resolution. The county board would have to have a special meeting and adopt that resolution, and the action would need to be filed very promptly. I will say that individual community members and groups of community members who have raised money and retained legal advice and throughout the Village of North Hudson proceedings are raising more money in order to continue to retain our attorney to be able to file the lawsuit that our very robust administrative record will support. But even if there is no request for certiorari review of the rezoning, this same Wisconsin statute provides that any time the Village of North Hudson issues any additional permit for this project or any kind of approval, and a permit is just one thing that they call a final approval, that 30-day window opens again. Still, none of us community members, no community organization, no environmental protection organization will have standing to bring it. The county is the only plaintiff that can meet the standing requirements, as far as we can tell. And that's not just my opinion. I've consulted with Einar Hansen, who was an attorney of record in the in the Osceola case that ended up with that bad decision about standing for the Wisconsin Court of Appeals. The Wisconsin Supreme Court declined to review it. There's a very remote chance that we might be able to get into federal court at some point farther down the line if there is a Minnesota plaintiff, because then we can raise some questions about denial of equal protection, because these rigorous standing requirements apply only to members of the public. We might also be able to raise some supremacy clause issues, because the state of Wisconsin does not have any authority to basically tell people you can't claim your federal rights. And we would only be able to get it under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. But we can't get into federal court unless we have kind of an interstate conflict between a resident of Minnesota, because the law applies, the federal law applies on both sides of the river. And, you know, it has to do with the Wisconsin law. But I bring this to your attention because the county has very real responsibilities as the owner of the dam. And remember, it's not just the concrete part. And when those responsibilities are outlined very well in these two reports, you know, from the Association of State Dam Safety Officials. And I know the county can claim sovereign immunity to attempt to defend itself against a lawsuit for the loss of property and loss of life, but why wait until then? Why not stop this sooner rather than later? And the only absolute guarantee that there will not eventually be housing built on the dam itself is to get the rezoning decision reversed. And there's no guarantee that that would happen through a certiorari action. The court presumes that the local decision is correct, and the court reviews the administrative record only. You don't bring in any new evidence. But all of this stuff has already been brought into the record to the Village of North Hudson Plan Commission and Board of Trustees, who basically have just blown it all off. And that is not a good service to the people in the Village of North Hudson or to the larger community. Anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to respond to them, but I ask that you really do take this seriously. The local unit of government has not. Thank you very much for your patience and your time.
I just want to say thank you. If the calendar were different, I would have brought forward a motion for action tonight.
So no, our council isn't here tonight, but I do have a question for you. With this in mind, the county does have quite a potential for liability, because if they built more likely than not, those probably will be in a, you know, we're probably looking, we'll just, without knowing, we'll just round, say, $1 million a unit.
The petitioner says that for the slightly under $300,000 that he paid for the two parcels, the north parcel and the south parcel, and I'm only talking about the south parcel, in the two together, he anticipates a $14 to $16 million residential development. And if you look at the number of units, yes, that would put all of them north of $1 million, each of them.
So which is good news, you know, so it's backing up what I was figuring. With that in mind, the potential liability to the county becomes pretty extreme if they're putting this in, and then we're liable to ensure that that earthen dam work stays safe to protect all these new dwelling units that are being placed on it. Again, this would probably be a more question for our own council, but do we have any recourse that, North Hudson makes this decision to do this, can we just deed and say, okay, North Hudson, we think that then you should just own it, and the county deeds over the property and loses title of it, and then they have they can take on all the liability then too, if that's what they deem they want to do.
Well, all I can share is what I know about this, and all I know about how this ownership came to be held is a result of the 1967 conveyance by Northern States Power, now Xcel Energy, when they basically gave away the dam and the dam site and all of the water rights related to it for $1 to the 4 units of government, and they divvied up the ownership so that St. Croix County has 50%, City of Hudson has 20%, Village of North Hudson 20%, Town of Hudson 10%. I have no idea why it was done that way. I have no idea if it was an error to retain that now abandoned Trestle Bridge property in the middle, or if it's because the railroad was still running railroad cars over it. I don't know that part of the history. But you can always ask to renegotiate a contract about ownership. I don't know that the other 3 parties would want to go along with that, but, you know, you can always ask, right?
Well, they're making the decision with, you know, against our judgments too, so I have big concerns on behalf for the county that of the liability side of this, because we've watched, you know, we talk about Texas, but we've had something as close as Wisconsin Dells on the Wisconsin River that washed out, and it did a very large amount of destruction from that. So it can happen, and I just why do we want to set ourselves up for these tremendous amounts of liability? So, go ahead.
I mean, I agree with you, but unless we sell the land, which I'm not opposed to, I understand where you're coming from. I have a hard time believing that the appellate court would uphold any of that when we jointly own this property, which is the last part of the land between there and the river. On that side, we own that jointly on the north side, and the county owns this part. They're only in the middle, so we technically own the land on each side of him. So I don't know how that would stand up in court necessarily. And the other issue is people are all making the assumption that this development is actually going to go through, and now the City of Hudson takes care of all the water and sewer for the Village of North Hudson, so the City of Hudson would have to be the ones to put the water and sewer in, cross our property, which we would have to say okay to, and actually the unit of government that would be best served to go after this rezoning would be the City of Hudson, because that's in their extraterritorial map. They're the ones that should actually be the ones going after it, in my opinion.
You don't have extraterritorial from a city to a village, but the point that you made, though, I think is the main point, is that it's a landlocked parcel. The south portion is a landlocked parcel, unless they're going to drive across the Trestle Bridge to get to it. That's his only access to it. So there's no development that's going to happen on that parcel until we sell our land. And they're going to have to take a dam with it.
Okay, well, there's nothing more we can really do. I want to really thank you for all the efforts and the things that you put into putting this together, and very much appreciate your research again.
You're welcome. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for waiting. Yeah.
She's had sleepless nights.
So. So does anybody have, we're down to, yeah, we can. So do we have any requests for future agenda items? Well, yeah, we're not, yeah, we'll skip over that one. Any announcements? All right. Next meeting then will be May 21st, 2026 at 5 PM. We are officially adjourned at 9:30.
Oh, man. Yes, yep.